Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're resuming work on plugin coding from Tuesday. I've been busy doing a bunch of things. Some of them aren't even plugins. Look, I'm working on the mysterious guitar stomp box concept. This is not actually hypothetical. It is, in fact, the literal circuitry I'd be using for this. Here's the transistors right in there. There's some experiments that I could be doing with that. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. And I have a rough circuit diagram. I've also got something else I've been working on, which is, well, this is a list of possible plugins to do. But then on the flip side, I've got a rough chart of vowel sounds that I need to look into because I'm looking towards doing some work in the Godot engine for lyric writing assist. See, the first thing that I did was arrange words in essentially the order of what the vowel sound is, kind of from more suppressed, muted vowel sounds like and to loudly beltable vowel sounds like and e, and put them more or less in order, which is in the direction of what I'm trying to get to. And I've literally got songs out there which were written using this tool. I wrote stuff like Rise and see if they were good songs that I remember what they were. Nobody else remembers either, it's fine. I've written songs based on being able to pore over these lyric writing cheat sheets sorted according to vowel sounds. And it caused me to do something, which my attention is drawn to it. Specifically, what it did was it tended to make me sit on one vowel sound extensively. Like, I knew I wanted to get to open singable vowel sounds and stuff, but what ended up happening is all I was looking at is the rhyming words, and what it was doing was making me put words together purely along the lines of how much can rhyme with this vowel sound at once. And that didn't lead to good songwriting. It didn't lead to good lyric writing because it worked for what it was, but it wasn't really maxing out the thing I'm trying to get to regarding the melodic math stuff. And now I think I have an idea as to why. I'm thinking the deal with melodic math and great lyric writing in general, and all of these things I never really get to, like, in a way I'm intuiting them because I'm intuiting that these concepts exist, but I always have to fight my way through to them sort of longhand. In fact, you will see soon enough that I have a plugin that's going to be coming out literally called longhand. That's another story. The way great lyrics work is through moving through adjacent vowel sounds rather than having to sit all on one. I'm looking through stuff like thinking about classic Max Martin lyrics, for instance, and going through my old Grateful Dead lyrics book. I picked that up, and it's an amazing resource because you look at all this stuff and you go, oh my goodness, there are so few words here, and yet it's so good. And it just brings the songs to mind. You just look at them and go, oh, that, yeah, I remember that, and you start singing it, and that's how it's supposed to be. A lot of that is down to Robert Hunter. Robert Hunter had a real gift for that. Almost certainly entirely intuitive. he almost certainly wasn't doing that particular work along the line. Sometimes he was actively thinking about like what kind of, you call it assonance, vowel sounds that go together. And good morning, Jed. And sometimes he would just stumble across something and know that it was amazing, but he didn't necessarily do it all reasoning it out longhand like I'm talking about. And it looks like I'm going to have to just reason stuff out longhand. But the neat thing about it is if I do it right, it opens the door for doing lyrics that don't actually rhyme but still work. And I'm quite interested in the prospects of that. I'm quite interested in the prospects of just throwing together something word-wise that would be intensely singable and really click, but in your sort of lowercase abstract, not especially commercial seeming kind of thing. Because this also doesn't have anything to do with sense. Like the concept of, one thing I could do, mind you, is go and look for all of the fewer syllable words that are or are not in the most common words in the English language, because part of the lyric thing is being able to use words that are common. Otherwise, people will hear them as one of the common words, even if they're not. But I feel like looking for fewer syllable words is probably going to get me into that zone, and there's probably lists of those around as well. And then, then it becomes a matter of putting together some of the techniques. And when I say techniques, I do include things like the stomp box idea of being able to run my guitars into an amp and get an intensely articulate sound out of them. I described it on Blue Sky as, I have a guitar tone that leaps forwards and gnaws your face off, except for you can feel every individual tooth. And by that, what I mean is like, heck with chainsaws, heck with bandsaws, these intensely oversaturated sounds where it's just a scrub of high frequencies that are just uniform. So it's nothing but gent, nothing but chug, just a scraping noise at all times. I'm looking for stuff that projects. I'm looking for stuff where it will have real claws to it. And a aggressively, like there is high frequency boost, or rather what I'm technically doing there is taking a fairly simple gain stage and manipulating it in a bunch of ways. For instance, on my input, I've got a whole potentiometer and 3 distinct capacitors in here, but there's also 4 inductors in a very loose sense of the word. And that's for cutting down noise in the circuit, but also it's voicing it. It's just voicing it in such a way as what's happening in the ultra highs. And the very top end, which runs completely unrestricted, is a super high frequency capacitor. It's a polystyrene, in fact, that's just about higher than you can even get guitar sounds. So if you just ran with this, it would be fairly low gain. It would just be all scrape and hiss. But I'm running the inductors on it. See the little chips on there? You can see them sort of flip about. 2 different sizes of inductors. And the very top end that's at full crank, that runs a couple of inductors. At the other end of the inline potentiometer, and I believe I'm going for about 200K there, is a extremely large capacitor, way larger than you'd normally use on the input of a stomp box, because it would just make everything bloated and overstuffed. And that has extremely large inductors on it because it's meant to be sort of like if you were doing a dry wet, that that is allowing the extreme lows to come through, but not so much that you even get a lot of gain out of them. You barely even get it clipping or anything. And there's so much resistance in there that it doesn't actually do much, except for it's going to change the contour of the main one. And this one is the main one. It's a normal value for stomp box usage, whereas I have two extreme values on the opposite sides of it. And that goes from the input to the wiper of the potentiometer, meaning that as you turn it up more and more, you get to where this is short-circuiting the other bits. Like it's certainly short-circuiting the larger one, and that remains kind of rolled off, but it'll shape the lows of the main bank of capacitance in there. And then the more you push it, the more it will tend to take over from the smallest capacitor, which has those inductors in it. So if you crank it up all the way, you have basically full gain across what's normally a stomp box's input cap. And that will be a pretty much a full range kind of sound. And then as soon as you start rolling that potentiometer back, and it will be in the final stomp box as a trim pot. I'm going to be trying to dial it in optimally, but I do expect people, like anybody who follows me, I expect you to open the thing up and fool with the knobs. I'll probably end up having to design the whole thing up to, and there's another one. I think it's a different size. Yeah, it's 100K. There's another one which is power supply related, and I've got that in there for bringing in a lot of capacitance on the power supply, but it serves the role of, like, there's a Devi Ever circuit which uses the same transistors, which I think is a good sign. Devi ended up using that pairing of transistors. I did have some experiments to make on that, though. Like, I've got some of the same transistors Devi chose, and certainly MPSA 18 is a good input stage there, but it's this kind of combination where two transistors are basically just wired together, and one part is straight to ground, and one part is the input, and then one part is taken voltage and is the output, and they're kind of running back to back. There's nothing between them. They're just wired into the same place, which makes me interested already that that is a thing that you can do. But it's the MPSA 18 directly connected to a PNP transistor. And Devi goes for ones that are a little more expensive, but I actually have a collection of a bunch of other kinds of PNP transistors, and I'm curious what they would do. I know that this works, but clearly this combination of things is just functional, so I'm curious as to why she chose this particular one. And also, if I choose a different one, because I'm already changing a bunch of things in the circuit, literally everything in the circuit, there is not a single thing left from the Devi Ever. The Silver Crank is a very simple version of this, and what I'm doing with it. But there are elements such as being able to put resistance in between voltage plus and the output, like at these transistors. That's called the starve control on the Devi Ever Helios. And in fact, it starves both of the circuits in there. And if you take one of those apart, which I did, or at least I unwound the tape around it and saw Devi does the best wiring. I'm going to be doing different kinds of wiring, but I'm very fond of what Devi was doing with her wiring. It's these neat little lines of fairly heavy gauge wire. It's kind of analog man style versus Fairfield circuitry style wiring. And then Devi got a bunch of tiny little circuit boards made for the purpose of more conveniently assembling her stuff and putting it out. Mastering to it's possible I will revisit mastering. Bear in mind that mastering is not fundamentally designed to be a uber loudinator. So you're not necessarily getting that much more out of having clip-only 3 there. I do have coming a additional 80 clip. There's an 80 clip coming out. Almost certainly it's going to be this weekend, because I was already highlighting the fact of like, oh, I have this coming, but look, here's a plugin called Susan, and I put that out. But I'm almost certainly putting out the new clip only. No, 80 clip, not clip only. And that has a series of changes and is using the stuff in clip only 3. So I would not say it was impossible. What I would say is if I put out a new mastering 2, it would be using clip only 3 for its clipper rather than clip only 2, because I feel like I got it to be better. But it would almost certainly also involve me working on the EQ of it, for instance. And I'm very curious as to where that's going, because I am pretty soon going to be putting out the most recent Bez EQ, and that's what's going into the most recent Console X. That's sort of the whole point. I did some testing where I'm taking my classic album recordings from vinyl, where they have, variations on magic sounds that I think are exceptional, typically coming off of vintage tube consoles and the like. And then I can just capture them to the computer, and they still have the sound they're meant to, because it's a combination of all of these different things. And since they're such old records, they are literally coming off of circuitry that maxed out certain types of tone quality. In other words, I can get a hold of like raw analog material that is off of tube mixes and tape and didn't run through any digital stages at any point, and lots of inductors and so on, transformers in the signal path, stuff like that, which led to sounds that were captivating and impressive and attention-getting in ways I've been working out how that works. And the idea with the most recent version of Bez EQ is, one, try doing one where it's leaning more towards the kind of angle EQ that I use in my guitar sims. And as such, I'm able to get certain kinds of tone color reminiscent of those old concepts. And then the most recent Bez EQ that I put out, it's just a 3-band rather than the 4 bands I like to use, because I have a control surface that has 4 joysticks for tone controls, and I enjoy that so much that I'm just designing a bunch of stuff around that. Plus, there's a classic analog console that ran 4 bands of EQ on everything. I'm trying to think now of what that one is. I do know that it is the one where Devo's Duty Now for the Future was done on it, but also Van Halen's Fair Warning was done on it. And I don't remember the name of the actual console, just that is not famously. That's a 4-band EQ console for all of its things, and so people were able to get good sounds out of that. And so I started running with 4-band EQ. But yeah, the existing Bez EQ is applying a bunch of latency to everything in order to make the bands cancel against each other better. The one that's coming out does not. And what that's causing is a situation where I'm not getting as good cancellation, and I'm able to produce tonal variations with this filter topology that I'm using, that I've been using since Smooth EQ, but it has funny interactions. Like, it tends to act in such a way where if you're boosting a frequency, you're subtly cutting about an octave up. And it tends to combine in that way, whether it's Bezier filters or not. That's basically what's happening in angle EQ, and it's what's happening in pointy guitar and so on, which is why when you're using pointy deluxe or whatever, the frequencies are very colorful, but also very hard to manage. Not hard to manage if you think you can figure it out by going, I need this frequency plus this number of dB. If you do it by ear, it's effortless. But if you have to do it by thinking it out, it fights you every step of the way. And I think mastering has at least some Kalman filters. I forget whether it's literally all Kalman filters. That's something else that could do with some work, is digging into that, doing another level of it, doing like a Kalman 2, seeing what I can do in terms of making that audio friendly. For instance, if you do a Kalman filter, but then you sum them by delaying, because what I was doing with Bezier Q2 was building in all of these little digital delays so that I could get them to cancel out most effectively, rather than just trying to run it as zero latency at all times. And what I found was it made a really good it made a good way of isolating things so that it was acting more like a phase linear filter, even though I think it probably is not. The behavior I was getting out of it was such that, and I think it's out, so you can try this. If you run the current version of Bezier Q and do something like boost bass, for instance, you automatically have a unpleasant latency built into it. And I don't really do things to fight the latency, because I prefer to tell the DAW that everything is normal and fine, and please don't run any more latency on my behalf, because then things will respond as quickly as possible, rather than the DAW building in delay upon delay upon delay onto the buffers that it already has to run and making everything unmanageable in that way. But what you get out of running those slight latencies in the EQ topology is the ability to boost, say, a low frequency and have it be incredibly transparent. I tried this on bass guitar sounds. I think I tried it on Fender Rhodes sounds. And it really did a good job of being able to handle frequencies independent from each other and have it sound natural. What's happening in the most recent Bezier Q, where I'm not incurring those added latencies, is that it is having those funny irregularities. It's not capable of doing smooth interactions. And it does make me wonder what I could get out of maybe like having a set amount of latency just to step a little way in that direction. You don't always have to do things. This is similar to my prime FIR filter, which, if I remember correctly, one of the things it's doing in the sense of the dry, wet type behavior, it's incurring a certain amount of latency in producing the FIR filter with a sharp bandwidth that's calculated as like you would a rectangular FIR filter for a brick wall. It's doing that, but it's not setting the center point to exactly halfway in the middle of the window. Instead, it's picking it a certain way off from that center point, because I thought that worked better, and could very well be I could do something like that with the Bezier filters. The great thing about doing that is that since I'm using the topology of it's constantly a succession of simple low passes and then subtracting them to get the high pass of that section, And then continuing down the line, I can have as many bands as I want. But when you add all the bits together at unity gain, you are always reconstructing the original sound. No matter whether it's like made to be phase linear, or no matter whether it has weird responsive regularities, it can always assemble backwards. It can always assemble back again into the original bits coming in, essentially. So that means even if it's assembling in a really weird way, that's just a tone color that you don't have to have. If you apply more of the filter, you get more of whatever that was. But if it's flat, then it's not doing anything to the sound at all. And that's pretty fundamental to the way they're making filters these days. But let's jump into, oh, hello. Oh, I haven't plugged it in. Don't mind me, I plugged the audio in. I forgot to plug this in for some reason. There we go. Alrighty. Things seem to be straightened out there. Let's listen to something for the first time. See this? Longhand. Check this out. I made a whole plugin based on what I was doing on Tuesday. Oh, gonna need to move this around a little bit. There we go. Don't mind me. The more we get going with this, the closer we get to, oh, well, but this is kind of like a podcast. This is my coding stream. I do this with whoever is willing to show up. And then it stays on YouTube, unless I'm very much surprised. It stays on YouTube, so you can go and fire it up anytime you want. People are doubtless going to turn AIs loose on all of my podcasts / live streams to have them try to figure out what I'm going to do next. They're not going to succeed, but they'll try. Anyways, longhand. Check it out. Longhand serves exactly one purpose. The purpose of, can I make a Taylor series sine approximation that is arguably more high resolution than C++ math? You can run in long double, and you can do a sine parentheses on parentheses. It's possible I haven't finished this out because I could put in the safety clip for it to stop it from wavefolding. But in the absence of caring about wavefolding, we've got this. And this is the sequence of numbers that you use, and they're not shifting a bit gain numbers. These are the real ones. I went and calculated these out. The reason that they're not multiple pages of digits is because I poked around a little bit and I figured out how many significant digits typically worked for float and how many significant digits typically more. Like for float, you got about that many and that's it. Like if you ran something, you did a calculation on float, like this, which is essentially 1 divided by 6. And then you said, here's this float, please show it in like 20 digits of precision. What you'd get is that, and then the rest of the numbers would be sort of random noise because it doesn't actually contain the information. Double probably gives you maybe this many digits. And then long double probably only gives you this many digits. The reason I have this many digits here, more than we can actually use, is because I did this on an online calculator that we might be seeing again today, because there's another thing I'm going to try. But an online calculator that was able to run things in like 1,000 bits for the mantissa and 500 bits for the exponent and so on. And it was just a super long number calculator that gave you unreasonable numbers of significant digits, more than I'm going to be using with the long double. And then I did an additional twist here, which is I'm defining the calculating factor in here. This is what I normally go through and just do x times equals x over and over, and then we apply it according to these. But I did it in two separate stages, because if I define it like this, then I know that we're not, if I do it long double x equals input sample L times input sample L, we're using double precision for that multiplication and assigning it to a long double after it's already been done and after the not concerning amount of resolution loss already has happened. But if I just assign x to input sample L and then multiply it by itself, that is long double multiplied by another long double. So that will get me the super high res answer right out of the gate. And a lot of the purpose of this longhand is simply to see what it's about. Because the bottom line is, this shouldn't matter to you. This is the kind of experiment that I do. And the way I feel about it is there might be sort of a vibe difference in here. But I've stripped it down to where basically everything is unreasonable levels of resolution for generating a Taylor series rather than settling for the transcendental function that's part of C++ itself. Because we do all manner of things, such as, for instance, the wavefolding is likely to be a little bit different on this, and I'll tell you why. If you had to run a Taylor series out to where you could do sine of, say, 64.0 or 128.0, that is an astronomically large Taylor series. The way the computer normally does this is it divides a number and subtracts it and breaks that sign down into quadrants and then calculates the quadrant. And often it works with lookup tables and things so that it can generate a sign fairly quickly. But what that means is the normal transcendental function out of your compiler is using these optimizations or calling upon the optimizations that are being done in the actual computer chip. The computer chip has hardware dedicated to taking a number, breaking it down into like quarters of the cycle, and then calculating only what resides within the quarters of the cycle, and likely using some form of lookup table or interpolation to get that result, because it runs faster. And it's good enough for all manner of purposes, but I'm just curious as to what happens when you work it out in longhand, as this plugin is named. Then there's also a flip side to that. On the one hand, this is the one where even if I start running it into a certain amount, because we're going to find out together, like literally right now, what it does when you start wavefolding it, because it will freak out and blow up at some point. It will not simply wavefold indefinitely. This is not nearly enough stages of Taylor series, because Taylor series should make it so that with this minus and plus and minus and plus and so on, and the fact that each step is increasingly going into a it's squared and then it's cubed and so on. Every time it's being multiplied by itself one more time. So as the number starts to get high, the end results start to become astronomically high. And that's why the amount that's being added is smaller and smaller. This is how it makes a sine shape by firstly rounding off, and then it returns back on itself, and then it will start rounding off at -1 and return back on itself again. But by the time you've probably done even one cycle of that, you need so many stages of this that you run out of the ability to keep doing it. Like if I kept working this out, at some point mathematics itself is going to break down. But up to that point, I should get a certain amount of wave folding that is continuous rather than calculated out in quadrants. Because normally the sine is calculated out in quadrants, it'll go up to that point, and then we're just doing a mirror of it, meaning there's a little breakpoint as it hits that top bit, and then there's a little breakpoint as it goes through 0, and there's a little breakpoint at -1. And it's all sort of working out the trick of how do you calculate this transcendental function in a situation where the number you get might be 65,000. And nobody can ever make enough Taylor series expansion to go out to 65,000 and have it be accurate. They have to cheat and break it down into chunks. But what I learned from doing a very old version of Channel, I did a version I ended up calling New Channel, as in New Coke, that people hated, and I had to go back to the original. And that was because I was using the calculation that ended up existing in the plugin Crystal, which is actually available that you can play with, where it's trying to do a perfectly straight section of perfect linearity and then switch to a sine style curve that gets smaller and smaller as it gets closer and closer to hard clipping. It's an area of soft clip that expands and contracts, and I thought I was the cleverest boy for figuring this out and attempting to do it, and then everybody hated it. And I eventually learned why it was that everybody hated that. It's because it's similar to Freya Homer's video on Bezier curves, where she's talking about the different stages of Bezier curves. That's yet another something which I haven't really dug to the depths of it. Where if you have say a sine-shaped curve that's swooping down to the 0 point and then going into the negative point, those are the smallest amount of change you can have on a curve. Except for the point where it goes through 0, it's flipping polarity, and that's a striking change. That's also why I did spiral. Spiral is that. Spiral is, how do I make a curve where it crossfades to no influence at the middle so that the transition doesn't have a sort of change in polarity? And spiral worked really good. Spiral is a very effective sound. But the deal with the that version of Channel that I tried to do that people hated and just bounced off of and didn't like, rather than simply being a sine where at the 0 point it flips from one curvature to the other curvature, when I added an area of linearity between those 2 points, it flips twice. It has curvature, nothing, negative curvature. So there's 2 distinct points in the waveform where it's changing degree of curvature. And apparently people hear that and don't like it. So that's quite interesting. And what we're looking at here in longhand is me coming up with a way of making a sine style function. It's not cheap. It's a handful of calculations in long double. So this will run much slower than a sine. But to the extent that the Taylor series holds together, and we're going to find out together how far that is, it should wrap around and wavefold back to 0 again. And I don't know to what extent it'll be able to keep reversing itself before it goes out of control, because it will go out of control at some point. But up to that point, and certainly up to the point where it's flat topping for a normal bounded sine thing, normally what we do is rather than have it wavefold, normally what we do is we have it just capped off at the input level reaching 1.57, etc., to negative 1.57, etc. Because if we capped it at literally pi, that's exactly one all the way around the sine to 0 again. It's where it cancels out. So if we pick half of pi for the exact point where it's now flat topped, and then it doesn't go any larger than 1, and it doesn't go any less than negative 1. And that's where we cap the input, is at 1.57, etc., etc., etc. And this is going to be calculating out longhand, which is the name of the plugin, what that wrap would be if we were not just doing cheats in the hardware to make it so it's a stack of quarter circles stacked against each other. Because the thing about that is, if it's a stack of quarter circles stacked against each other, that could conceivably be tiny little irregularities, whereas what we're looking at in longhand here is a continuous calculation that happens to coincide with what a sine would be using that Taylor series. Time enough to give it a try. So I'll do a build first of all, just because we get to see what that does. And then we will throw it into components. It was already there, but it's fine. And then we will load up our long sine, which is a low frequency tone. And we're going to see at what point does this freak out. So I'm going to normalize that and fade it in. And then we're going to go to longhand. It's not in recent effects because this is the first I've ever tried it. It's possible it'll straight up not work and I'll go oops, but I think it's going to work. Just what working means for this is going to be another question. And this is what we get. Can't really hear it very well, but that's because it's like 60 dB down with no added gain. So there's our dry wet. And input, oh, have I got it so that input is not times 10? It's acting a little bit like that's what I've got. Let me check. No, we're not going to save that. So that might actually be a legit bug. Oh yeah, no, it totally is. I've designed this one so it acts like MACD or whatever. And if you set it to exactly 0.1, it's unity gain. And then I forgot to do it. So let's fix that bug. Oh, hello. That's in the wrong place. There we go. So I've got it defaulted to 0.1, but then the input gain has to be times 10 in order to give that unity gain again. I'm hearing a funny noise. I'm curious as to what that is. Something outside. No biggie. I look down the street a bit. Somebody is doing manual work on my neighbor's porch. And by manual work, I mean they have some kind of machine, and maybe it's a sander or something. But it's doing a little kind of thing. I don't know if you heard it. I heard it. And it's kind of exactly the sort of noise where I'd want to check and see whether something is breaking or not. It's sort of the kind of noise that you'd get if like your power strip was short-circuiting and setting things on fire, but more at a distance. So I was curious whether, is there a car dying outside or something? And it's just a noise. So let me see. We have just done this bit. We're going to get through this, and I'm going to make another cup of coffee around about noon, and we'll see where that goes. But back to this scenario, because this time it's going to be a little different. So my thing I'm going to be trying to find out is at what point does the wavefolding give up and freak out? And that will tell me roughly the amount of gain I can put into it and still have it act like a sine function. Up to that point, it's going to be, again, doing a sine function longhand. It's going to be doing a sine function where it's a Taylor series expansion, and the transition through 0 and then back towards, the transition through 1 and back towards 0, and then through 0 and to -1 and so on. Those are continuous functions rather than being constructed out of pieces of sines. Rather being constructed out of quadrants. Oh yeah, this is going to be wavefolding until it isn't. And I'll even have that available. So now let's hear what we got. So our sine begins to creep in at unity gain. And as you can see, we are starting to clip. So here's where we're starting to get a sine function added to literally the sine of the wavefolding. But we're not wavefolding yet because our input value only goes between -1 and 1. We can multiply the output level by 10, at which point we get this. Should be giving us a level. There's our harmonic, and it's going to continue, and at some point it's going to go to even louder, but I don't know what point that is. Blasting it like this is not very much help, so what I'm going to do is apply and close, and then normalize. Haha. And I have an answer. So around the point that I get into 1-to-1, this is where the waveform goes out of control. Goes out of control when it does this. That's where we run out of steam. Up to that point, the Taylor series is still handling it. And we can wavefold this much with perfect accuracy. So let's hear what that sounds like, seeing as we've got it stepped down a little bit. Sounds like this. This is a wavefolding that is done out longhand So the additional waves that come in are always kind of remaining within the range of what's available. Meaning that our maximum point is somewhere along here. So that's something that I can experiment with. And that's the highest. So if we soup it up like this, that is wavefolding done entirely longhand, where it's all continuous algorithms shifting. Meaning that I could also let's play a little game here. We'll crop it to this. Still too much. Audio extend the select to zero crossing. And let's fade this bit in. And then fade this bit out. And that'll wrap. And then if we do the same thing as before, I think maybe I'm going to need to turn the speakers down a little bit for this. Let's see about that. Good enough. We're going to be fooling with stuff later, so I might as well move this out of the way now. I'm going to be handling it later. So we play this. And we hear it goes into an obvious distortion, which is like 8.822 dB. All we have to do is turn input down. Let's see what, whether we, if exactly 0.8 is anywhere in there. Okay, what that means is 0.2 is 6 dB. Well, that's kind of meaningless though. And the reason it's meaningless is because the numbers I'm interested in are proportions of pi, like 3.14, etc., or 1.59, etc. Those are where I can crop it. And so adding a certain number of dB to this is not actually relevant. But let's see, so if I okay, so we know that we can go that far. Oh, let's see if the golden ratio is the secret here. Nope. That's too far. That's 0. That's too far. So if I dial this back, I will eventually get to where I have not exceeded its design capabilities. And we've got there. Ah, that's too much. So between 773 and 772 is the exact amount where this has to be clamped. And now if we run this, we see this is what we made. So we can wavefold it this hard. And that's the point where it's going to start clipping and acting strangely. That's the point where it's going to go too far and start peaking beyond what it's meant to. But up to this point, this little wavefoldy shape lives within the longhand sign calculation and is being done entirely and completely without breaking the input wave down into quadrants. So in theory, this is a degree of distortion and wavefolding that's being done as one continuous algorithm. So why would that matter? Because if we use exactly the same values, we can do this with alien kittens, which isn't actually peaking quite at 0, but that's okay because we're restricting it. And I've got it turned way down, so it shouldn't hurt anything to do this. Or we can turn the output down. So we can do a thing like this. Technically, this also gives me another answer. Because I know if a normalized value does this, and then if I clamp the input gain to 0.772 of what that was, even without calculating out where it sits, all we have to do is this. Normalized input does not wave too far. Anything that is coming in that is between -1 and 1 will wavefold smoothly all the way through into that without ever actually clipping. And I could put in a hard clip on the very input just to guarantee that, although I'm not sure I need or want to. I feel like I could. I'm not sure if that's, well, sure, let's make it be such that when you do it like this and use input gain like this, your output is always between 1 and -1. In fact, I'm going to need to do that in a different place, aren't I? There. So now it's hard clamped to between those values. And then we do the input gain if we want. And the input gain can only go up to so much. So we've got it hard clipped on the very input, and then the gain's going to do most of the heavy lifting. So you shouldn't clip into this, but if you do, it won't change anything or hurt. And then there's your output gain. There's your dry sample. The dry sample is also going to be hard clipped in case that matters. And the output of this plugin is going to be always restricted to between 1 and -1. We're also not doing any aliasing suppression, but it is very slow changes in value. So this form doesn't generate lots of high harmonics, especially with the removing the quadrant calculation. Removing the quadrant calculation really stops it from doing that. So now that we've got it doing that, it's restricted from being able to hard clip. See, 0 is its max. And now unity gain is going to be a slightly different number, which I should probably calculate out. But what we can do is start going into that hard clip, and then we hear what that sounds like as it starts leaning into wavefolding. And we got silence, and then we got heavy output, like that. So that's kind of crunchy. But I think there's a quality in there. I'm going to continue fooling with this for what it is. So the next thing I'm going to do is put a taper on that input control. And then we're going to figure out what unity gain is going to be. So that's fairly straightforward. I just have to bust out my calculator for it. So a 0 to 1 parameter times 7.72 . So 7. So I'm guessing we're starting with 0.772 if there was no power function would give us the unity gain. Let's test that assumption. I did something wrong. That's not correct at all. Because input gain of literally 1 means unity gain. So I'm working out what that's going to have to be with these adjustments. Oh, a picture tomorrow, a fan of Take Care, nice. I'm likely to make more plugins akin to what Take Care does, which isn't exactly the same thing. I have been telling myself for the last month, if not more, that I should go and get the most recent plugin, second most recent at this point, I think, out of Audio Damage. Audio Damage, where one of the devs lives in my town. Because they did a simple cloud of grains plugin. And what it ended up being, because I checked it out and I saw what it did, is it owes something to like my TC Electronics delay plugin. It's doing grains, and it's doing grains in such a way that it lets you pick tunings of the grains and so on. You're doing things like playing back this grain or that grain at a third up or whatever, which is not necessarily something I would be doing with grains, much less doing it with like musical phrases, which is what audio damage is doing. But the amount of things they were doing, which I wouldn't do, is enough to make me run out and buy that plugin, except for I haven't bought it yet. Anyways, 1 times 7.72 gets me 7.72. Let's work around this a different way. So if my default number was 1295336, there we go. So I can do 1 divided by 7.72 to get the number I need. And it's probably not going to be perfect, but it's going to be in the zone. But now I got to take this and get its square root, because we are squaring it. My calculator is actually, you know what? I have better resolution on the one in the computer. It's sitting right here in my bar, so I can use it. 1 divided by 7.72. See, more digits than I had on this. And then if I do the square root, my base setting is going to be 0.3599. Maybe that's going to translate to 0.36 and get me to 1, but maybe I should just take that exact value and chunk it in here. As soon as you move the control, it's going to give you something else, but in theory, that's going to let me, and I don't even have that many digits on the number we're dealing with is going to be a float. So I'm already kind of in with a fail here, but it's going to get me in the vicinity, I think. Remembering, of course, here we are, we'll build it. We'll copy it over. We'll fire up old Alien Kittens and jump into there again. And we'll hit default, meaning that it will jump to what the new default value is. Boop. But it thinks it's 0.36. But that's fine, because what this is unity gain going in. Now the reason we're not getting either minus 0.3 or minus 0.22, which is as high as that one will go, is because this is a super high resolution sine-based soft saturation. So we're actually going to have to boost to get to where we would get for pushing it into obvious clipping. All we've done is we've scaled things down a little bit. But the idea here is that this is also going to be a very smooth sounding version of the sine compared with what we'd otherwise have. So let's see at what point do we start to get it close to max. So that's what you have to do in order to get it to clip. And there's going to be a degree of flexibility here. Where we start getting into wave folding. Now I'm wondering whether I should calibrate this in such a way that if you have a sound that is coming in and you are applying 100% full range between 1 and -1, the output is also similarly full range between 1 and -1. I think maybe I like that idea better than having it come in at literal unity gain, which apparently equates to about 0.36. So let's go and find out what the new value is. Here's how we're going to go about doing that. We're going to start with the long sine and do a similar trick to find the perfect value for that purpose. And I'm going to turn my output down on the DAC, and we're going to normalize that and find out what point, such as around here, are we applying the sine calculation, but it is distorting to the point where we cannot actually get back to full range, which would be this. You can hear the harmonic overtone there. I think that's going to be the correct answer for this. And it's around here somewhere. Okay, so we haven't got there yet. But it looks to be about there. So 0.444 will be driving it slightly past that peak. 0.443, on the other hand, is not quite up there. So if we set it like that, we're never quite getting the full amount of saturation. So we're going to pick this. Oh, hello, are we not actually there yet? How about 0.445 then? Oh. Nope, looks like we got there. Let's set it back. So 4.5 got us there. 4.4, perhaps not so much. There shouldn't be an audible difference here. It's just stepping ever so slightly into the realm of wavefold. So I guess this is actually the default that we want rather than the one that I came out with by using the calculator. So 4.45 it is. Does make me wonder whether I could work that out longhand as well and figure out what the answer is to n decimal places, but we don't actually get to use n decimal places, so that's fine. And then the way this works, technically, if we use the literal sine calculation, and if we use pi_2 and clip to that, technically that's about the same as it would be for the real sine calculation. the difference there should be not really significant. And the interesting thing about that is a bunch of my higher series calculations worked out here in the code won't actually matter because we never really get to them. But we're not clipping there, are we? We've set it up so that we are clipping at the point where the wavefolding ceases to properly do the wavefolding. So we've got a longhand sine calculation that goes well beyond what's necessary. And that seems neat. Build once more. Put it in there. Run twisted wave again. And set it as default. And let's do the rock band instead this time. I don't know if this one quite goes to full clip. But here we are at our default setting. And you get a pretty substantial gain boost there. There you are. Sine longhand. High pass. And you can even smooth it out. Not bad. I will happily put this out just as it is. It's not a large amount of boost run this way. You have to turn it way the heck up in order to get a large amount of boost. And that's very doable. But if you leave it at exactly input settings, there is a very specific amount of sine style saturation in there. And remembering that compared, so here's where stuff might get a little bit interesting. Let's do an experiment on this real quick. Now this should do nothing. We'll leave dry sample L here. Dry sample L is, let's add a little more code. There. So now we've got input sample, we've got dry sample. Input sample is being calculated using the new algorithm. Here's what we're going to do. These are going to stay at 1. In fact, just for the sake of doing this one hack, we'll even comment that stuff out. Now we've got the raw output sample being what we were listening to before. We know that those cancel themselves out if they're not in effect, but let's assume that we can't trust it to do that. Minus equals haha. Let's see if it's any different. This is supposed to be not any different, and certainly at this level it should be not any different. We should have literal absolute silence if the actual transcendental function in the computer itself is accurate. Because we're doing the longhand. Longhand is guaranteed to be accurate because there are no approximations, there are no conveniences involved. It's not breaking it down into quadrants, it's not doing any kind of interpolation. It's literally 100% perfectly the Taylor series expansion to well beyond what it actually is. And this is used in exactly the same technique. So we should have literal silence out of this. Build it. We're going to run it on, like, I guess, Discord, might as well. We could use anything. We could use the sine test tone, but I'm choosing not to do that because I want to hear if there's any hint of a recognizable sound. And the way we're going to do that is these don't do anything. This is currently set to equal. And this is supposed to be silence, but it's in 24-bit. And we get to see whether there was anything there. Oh, look, we have sound. Isn't that interesting? It's not supposed to be doing this. Is it noise? Let's take it down. And then let's hear what this is. Okay, that sounds a lot like noise. So far, so good. If there are discrepancies between those things, it's supposed to be noise, but technically, we're not supposed to even have noise. Although, here's a thought. Let's also get rid of this. We should be able to make literal 100% silence out of this sequence of events. That is the denormalization function. And it shouldn't be doing anything here because we don't have signal below this point most of the time. But we'll take that out just because we know that as a potential source of noise. Also, we've got our 32-bit floating point dither. That could also be a source, so let's get rid of that. We can do the random number, but we're not, that's almost certainly what it would be, in fact. So, save, build. I'm digging into, can I get identifiable sounds that can be attributed to this is what the built-in transcendental function in the processor has for irregularities and imperfections. So no denormalization, no floating point dither. I bet it's the floating point dither that was causing that. But we're going to find out. We're calculating it in 24-bit. We're going to keep just the default settings. There's what's supposed to be silence, but if we normalize it, anything in there, aha. Okay, that's neat. What do we have here? It's not going to be noise. Let's pull the volume level down again. Now, isn't that interesting? We can hear the difference between the processor's transcendental function calculator and the longhand. And at this level, longhand is going to be more correct. So that's very interesting. It's very quiet though. But yeah, anything recognizable in there means that the processor has inaccuracies, and the longhand is likely to be more correct. So let's go and see how much farther we can push this. If we go to a very high level, they're going to divert more. And in fact, they obviously have. So that's going to be a little messy. And basically, I've just worked out this is where my loudest sounds depart from what the actual calculation would be. So with this, I've got something where I know that my calculation is the inaccurate one. The loudest possible noises are wavefolding to a point where the wavefolding is starting to become inaccurate on my end. I believe that short of this point, I'm more likely to unearth stuff where, see over here, we're not even going through 1/4, but over here, we're wavefolding about 3 times. So if I pull it back from that stage, it's probably going to be closer to wavefolding a couple of times, at which point I can check to see whether there are inaccuracies in the dividing the inputs into quadrants, because that's going to have to be done at floating point resolution as well. And they're guaranteed to be something of a node of inaccuracy in there. But let's see where this got us. Okay, I think this is still mine. I'm not even going to listen to it. I already think that's going to be basically mine. Let's dial it back even further to where it's just barely over that. See, the sine algorithm has to round off, reach that top point, and then mine is continuing the continuous equations as it curves over. But the one built into the processor is going to switch abruptly to a different lookup table or whatever it is that it's doing at that point of division. And what I want to do is see whether there's any discrepancy as it sort of switches phase there, because it's going to be a switching of phase there. That already looks flatter. See what it is. I think the essence of what mine's doing means that its maximum point is always a little bit beyond. So essentially, the farther I push mine, it stays a continuous calculation, but it departs from where the other one goes. So how about I continue in that direction? I want to hear. Here's the point where it's at exactly 1/4 waveform. I want to hear if anything gets introduced right at the point where that other one would switch. So rather than it being changing at 0.445, let's push it a little bit farther. How about that? It continues to wavefold very little beyond that point. And this is all being done by essentially how far I push it into both of these and then measure what it does. Ah, see, there we go. So I already know that's what it had before. Let's keep going. Actually, let's go to literally 0.5. And see whether we're still looking at something. It still looks pretty smooth. What does this sound like compared to what I had before? So additional stuff happening at the point where the peaks are hitting is where that discrepancy would show up. By the way, it's getting on towards make final cup of coffee time. I hear some of the notes this time. I hear a little of what's going on there. Yeah, I heard get in there a little bit. That's demonstrably a difference between the Taylor series and the built-in processor floating point calculator. That's interesting. And again, any discrepancy indicates that there is something going on with the processor version. Because up to a certain point, and it's easy to find out when the certain point arrives because that's when those big spikes start showing up. Let's continue going in this direction and see what it takes in order to get it to be demonstrably the Taylor series becoming the discrepancy. Because see, that's the way this works. If we turn it up really high, there's giant spikes, and the giant spikes are because the Taylor series stops being the accurate one. It's supposed to be able to continue to follow it indefinitely, but it won't be able to continually follow it indefinitely. It's going to divert farther and farther. Let's see if we step all the way to 0.6. Do we start running into issues? Yep. So here's where the Taylor series starts to kick in. The loudest possible noises are departing from what an actual sound calculation would be. They're doing it in a continuous way, but that is a variance that's not supposed to be there. 0.55. I'm going to just sort of bring this in until we have just the first hints of that Taylor series appearing. Like there it is, but not as much. And I'm bringing as many nodes of the processor version of sine in as I can. Okay. There's a hybrid. Here's one where we have maxed out the amount of interference we can get off of the processor, but we're also starting to see the appearance of the Taylor series discrepancy in the loudest sounds. So we know that's too much, meaning I can pull it back some more. Let's do 52. Normalize that up, bringing it right up out of the noise floor. Normally there will be a noise floor. I still see some of these little spikes. They're not as big as they were. And that's more or less what we've got as far as differences, although let's continue dialing it back until I'm pretty sure none of it is the Taylor series discrepancy. That ought to do it. Yeah. So what we're hearing is the difference between longhand and the sign calculation that lives on a processor. So that's another interesting point to consider too, is the that 0.51 is where the wavefolding is actually accurate to what a real sine would be. And the way that fuzzing goes, I feel like there is a degree of like that's kind of acting a lot like signal dependent. It's not supposed to be doing any of this. We shouldn't be able to pick out drum parts or bass notes. In any kind of way like this. Being able to have a drum beat that's departures from what a real sine would be. Now if I push it far enough, the departures are the Taylor series starting to diverge from what the real sound is. But I feel like at this point, the departures are where the calculation, and this is being, well, is it being done in long double though? Hang on. We can go harder than that. There. We'll do that sine calculation in long double and find out what happens. We'll do the regular calculation in long double as well. Why not? Why not just go as hard as could possibly be imagined? Because we're trying to unearth details around how transcendental functions are optimized in literal calculations. And in theory, if you ask for a sine on a long double, you're asking the processor for something at a high enough level of resolution that it shouldn't actually... I should be able to blank this out this way. The question is, have I? So isn't that interesting? Now it has more base. Although one thing about it is actually we're going to dial it back to default. We're going to dial it back to technically just the tiniest bit over where it would wrap. So that should not be too much of a departure, even when normalized. Oh, hi. What's this? What even is this? Okay, that's a noise profile, but the amplitude is so similar to the original sound that it's like it's the original sound. That's wild. What happens if I push it just a hair beyond that? Because I know if I push it way beyond that, we start getting into the realm where the Taylor series departure is going to be too much. What do we got here? Similar. So in theory, I'll start hearing some kind of interfering factor as I continue to push this before I get to the point where the extreme transients are going too far. In theory, if I'm understanding it correctly. Lord knows nobody else is doing this, so it's up to me to understand it correctly or not. Let's go to... we were not getting massive Taylor series irregularities below around 0.51. So we'll go to 0.5 and see where this left us. And see what we hear. I hear weird little hints of the vocal. Yeah, there's just a hint of the background noise, and there's a lot of crackly noise in there. It's like it's coming through an interference. Let's hear how it fades. All right, so that's actually quite interesting. There's this definite hint of regular departures between these two. It's not just noise. There's actually no reason for it to be noise specifically. There shouldn't be a noise quality if it's accurate. Instead, it would be like a weird sort of exponential quality, possibly expanded if it's all, because remember, when we push it farther and we go farther into the Taylor series, we start getting a departure that's more exponential, and it completely overwhelms what we've got here. But what we've got here is a sort of grainy, noisy quality with clear melodic elements buried in it. And you can hear where it's coming in. So there's no way that should be doing that exact combination of unpleasantness. Also, now I'm curious as to how loud was that? Not very loud. That's 300 dB down. Okay, so we don't have obvious departures, clearly. And that's fine. We're not supposed to have obvious departures, but they're measurable. And the idea of this going through the converters and being translated into audio waveforms is negligible. But it's within the 24-bit range. This is actually captured at 24-bit. So the stuff that we do, if you bring it up to full volume, this is what's happening in the lowest bits of the 24-bit signal, because it's actually, I'm not completely sure of that. There's a way that I can find out. We got this. We'll save it as a FLAC. FLAC's lossless, and I know FLAC is lossless. The bit depth is going to be 24-bit. That's the highest I have available to me. Metadata won't be saved. Having done that, I now get to see whether that was really 24-bit or whether Twisted Wave is working with a 32-bit file internally. Yeah, that's sub 24-bit. I can normalize it, and this is all that happens. Neat. So that's an endorsement of 32-bit in an intermediate files. We can do this, and then if you normalize it up from the internal 32-bit that Twisted Wave is using, well, then you get a sound. But then if you bring it up from saving it to 24-bit fixed point, all of that, you don't get to have 300 dB down in 24-bit fixed point, which makes sense. So this is a fine time for me to throw that away. We're going to put this stuff back, and we're going to switch over to here, and I'm going to go make my other cup of coffee because I can do one more cup of coffee before the day is over and figure out what bits I want to include here, or which of these would be fun to include. I keep playing Welcome to Free Luna. I'm not sure if that's what I want to do. Let's fire up the first named jam from 2020 when I was doing these. This is going in a direction where I'm going to be returning to the studio and making more music for you folks again once I get all these details sorted the way that I want them. Because yes, I am capable of being stopped by the fact that there's something wrong at 300 dB down in my plugins. Go figure. It's the sort of thing that just I'm interested in. I'll make it be right. Why is that being offset the way that it is? Weird and unpleasant. I wonder if I can load the stack and have it... Oh no, clearly not. Wow. So what's going... I'm going to have to fix this. Oh, or not. What are we doing? Why are we repositioning each time? This is set up the way that it is so that I can do recordings for my weekly video making, and it is not performing or behaving right, so I'm going to have to fix that going forward, but one thing at a time, I guess. I'm going to go and make some coffee. We'll work on this later. Yeah, it's an old track from 2020. Originally done on a live stream. I'm going to do a couple of experiments in here and see what we can do with this. Firstly, seeing as we were only able to get signal out of this because we were able to extract stuff from the 32-bit noise floor, let's put the 32-bit dither back. And try it one more time. That might actually do something. What I'm interested in now is whether I'm going to be able to hear it at all, or whether it will completely and totally be replaced with noise. Because again, that dither is supposed to be kicking in at the level that the 32-bit values are. So technically, if the level is large enough, nothing will be coming out. See what we got. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so that's colorful. I'm thinking that added randomness based on how loud the output was. And then if we put the denormalization in, I'm seeing at what point this reverts to normal behavior. Or perhaps it doesn't. So in stripping out all of this other stuff, we were able to work out that some of what I was on about was true and really happening. The question is, at what point does it come back, or does it come back? And we're still doing that thing of subtracting the long double version. Again, noise values showing up on the loudest possible exponent. That makes me wonder what's going on here. And see, this is just generating our number. Exponent is where we're at. So if I bumped that to 64, oh, problem. Easily fixed. Because this is what's replacing it with that crackly noise. I'm going to try to figure out whether I can dial it to where it is dithering the behavior I already had, or affecting things below the behavior I already had. I don't know what that's going to take. More than that, apparently. That's exactly the same as it was before. Although I'll give it this, it's bipolar. We'll return that to 62. And then let's change this from 36 to 66. So does that become quiet enough? Because it's minus, so that's making the number be smaller and smaller and smaller. And we're doing the calculation on a long double, so it should register. At some point, I should be able to get it to where it's returned to the previous behavior. At which point I can see what happens when I start bringing in floating point dither at a level that actually makes sense. To the extent that that ever makes sense. Because you know it's a controversial notion. Or some see as unnecessary notion. Alrighty, now what? Hey! That made it equate to basically 0. That clearly made it go closer to 0. So if 36 is the sputtery noise, what did 46 do? Because going in that direction gave me the other behavior. How about this? Yep. Interesting. Because this is another interesting test here. We're kind of fine-tuning the floating point dither in a particular way where it's guaranteed that this is manipulating the floating point noise floor. The reason we know it's doing the floating point noise floor is because that's all we're getting to hear. The stuff that's being manipulated here, input sample minus equals sine dry sample L, is giving us a signal that we're trying to interpret that's right down around where only floating point math is able to fish it back up. And then as soon as we include this, all of a sudden it's not doing that anymore. So in theory, we should be able to dither it to float and then have a different behavior. So 36L is where we're starting. And 46 was already too little, so let's see what happens when we go to 38. We could also mess with that 5.5. Right now I'm just moving things in large chunks. I could even throw that on one of the controls. But for now, let's leave it at the 38. I've got some other stuff to do after this, but this kind of fully has my attention at the moment. I've never had a situation where it was so clearly revealed that I was working with floating point noise floor or not. That's coming in louder than the noise floor. logically, 48. So how about let's sort of triangulate in upon it. We'll go for 42. At some point we will find the level of detail where we're incorporating floating point dithering to what this already is. And it might imply that I have my value worked out wrong, which would be an interesting twist. Be like, I'm updating all the Airwindows plugins because the floating point dithering is slightly wrong. Some people would go and re-download everything. Oh, what I did? I just did that twice, didn't I? Let's do it only once and see how that goes. Goes to show you I'm not paying close enough attention. Yep, still not there. Well, 48, was it 46? I feel like 46, which was it? Let's see if 46 gets me there. I feel like I've done that one before, but I don't remember which way it went. We can but try. We're trundling through this goofiness. What's going to happen is that at some point, when I do this, I'm going to have this. And then at some point, it's going to turn it into a noise floor. And I want to hear what it sounds like having the floating point dither noise interact with this. Because at this stage, it is completely undithered floating point values being brought up. And if I dither it, it should do something. It's just that I seem to have the level slightly wrong. So yeah, that wasn't doing it. 36 becomes nothing but a sea of spiky noise because the exponent is, we're adding that plus this plus times this, which is infinitesimal. So let's see. We'll go down by 5. And there may well be a point where it kicks in, and then maybe I can dial this number in. It could be, we'll override the output float, and then we'll be able to dial it and listen to what it, well, no, we won't, will we? Because we have to do it according to the render and then normalize is the only way that can work. But whatever, first things first. Let's get the point where this is changing the sound without completely replacing it. That'll tell me that the dither is coming in at an appropriate level. And we're kind of switching it to go quieter and quieter, but that doesn't strike me as wrong. Ba-da-boom. This is now, oh, let's not do it twice. This is now louder than before. But we're not having it replacing the entire sound with sputtering noises. So we're not bringing in the exponent too hot. So onward. 46, 45, 44. And yeah, this is in decimal places, so we're like multiplying it tenfold each time. If I'm able to dial this in perfectly, there's a very big question that results, which is, does this replace what I formerly had? And that's quite a thought. Aha. We've reached our point. Dither has a very strong effect. It will tell you what's actually there. What we're getting is the replacing of this sound with a different sound, and then the extent of how far that exponential thing expands is making it be different. I think we're at the point where it's time to start dialing in this amount. And here's how that's going to go. So unused variable wet. So we've got an amplitude of noise that is too excessive. Ooh, I see a problem. So let's work around this problem like this. If we do this, then we can drop wet in where that was. And then if it's turned up all the way, we should reproduce the behavior. So there's one thing to do about that. Let's find out if it's true. In theory, if this works and we turn wet all the way up, it will do exactly the same thing it did before. If it doesn't, something else happened. We're going to dial this stuff in. The neat thing about it is that if we dial this stuff in and it's doing the correct thing, we'll be able to dial in an optimal tonal behavior for this weird, incredibly below the noise floor stuff, which should then extrapolate upwards to wherever the floating point system works, because we're normalizing from the depths of floating point itself. So there, wet 1. Apply it, normalize it. That's literally the same as we had before. But here's the difference. If we turn wet to 0 now, and then normalize it, this is now completely undithered. So you see we don't have any spikes. This is just the discontinuities in the system. That's what I was trying to dither. So very interesting. So now let's see what happens when we replace the floating point truncation with floating point dither. We're going to sort of approximate this, see where it needs to sit. Hearing a little bit of sparkliness in there, which suggests to me that maybe we're still too hot. Well, that didn't make any sense. There we go. See what we got this time. Okay, so I don't have those little sputteries. The little sputteries are the floating point dither interacting with the exponent to produce abnormally hot results. There's a whole variety of experiments we can get going in here. But one thing I know is that that is producing, like I can dial in the extent to which that noise gets brought in. So we're just rerunning this over and over at different settings. So 0.5 was too hot. .382 is a Airwindows meme related because it's the inverse of the golden ratio. And we love fooling with that, don't we? This is louder dither noise, but still not so loud that it's producing obvious pops, except for maybe it is. Interestingly, I'm hearing more low mids and bass out of this than I was before. So let's quickly undo those. Jump back into here. Let's see what we can make happen with this. So if we go to like 0.4, for instance, and reference what that's doing. I'm hearing a little bit of weird sputteriness. But it strangely sounds more continuous now. You hear the voices more clearly. Yeah. Also, the more I do that, the less the transients pop out. Hey, DK. So that's interesting. And I'll remind you that, so this would be, so 0.4, we're fooling with that. By comparison, this is what we have without adding any floating point dither. This is the equivalent of truncating the floating point noise floor. And I can't hear those voices anymore, can I? So I'm quite satisfied that this is not optimal. can sort of make it out a little bit, but it's really crunchy. Understandably, it's a floating point noise floor after all. Whereas if I put it to 0.4, which is where we left off, down to noise floor, back up to audible, the abrasiveness of that scrapey, grungy noise is less. And I can more clearly hear the background sounds. I think what I've done, I think this is finding a more optimal setting for the dither to float. I think this is finding a more optimal setting, because it's sort of in the zone. But, so let's keep going. Because again, I can bring it up to where it is replacing this noise floor with an extraneous sound. We hear little crackles now. I'm going to go rinse this out. Hey, I'm back. Yeah, so that would be too much of that effect, and it's interfering with the normalization. And 0.4 was not interfering quite as much. Pretty sure that 0.5 was still more crackly than I wanted. But then if I pulled it back to 0.4, we were closer to the desired point. Hang on. Okay. It's making sure that I was back to my original sound. So let's step towards the correct value. That's probably a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of crackling on there. Interestingly, in some of these conditions, it's kind of taken away the background noise in terms of background sound, in terms of the desired audio. Which is probably something to aim for. So let's see, supposing this is still a little bit too hot, 425. Divide between those two settings. What do we got? Okay, definitely not as many weird pops. So I'm going to talk about the nature of truncation a little bit here. The nature of truncation is that it's going to take sounds that are legitimate sounds and it will tend to make them lots louder in an irregular sort of way. It throws big obvious distortions in that are correlated with the waveform. That doesn't mean they're harmonic distortion, but it means they're correlated with the waveform. Since we're guaranteed to have a big, nasty, unpleasant noise floor in here, what the ideal setting for dither in this kind of context, which is rapidly fluctuating relative to what the exponent is. It's being multiplied by the literal exponent. What's going to happen there is if I find the ultimate setting for this, it will be canceling out as much of the truncation of the underlying sound as possible. Meaning what will happen is I'll have a noise floor. The noise floor will be fluctuating because the level of the exponent is fluctuating, so that will sputter. But the better the dithering is, and this is floating point dithering, so this is all very weird and unusual. If I can make this work the best, there will be the bursting of noise and the fluctuating of noise having to do with the exponent changing. And then behind it will be the clearest possible representation of the actual dynamics of this track turned down to be below where the noise is. When I don't have any dithering happening, and I played that a little bit before, I played it a couple of minutes ago, what you hear is an obvious representation of that track amplified in such a way that you would get if it was truncated, but it's still being modulated by the exponent. The more the dithering works, the more it will tend to cancel out the audible parts of the song and replace it with like this quiet, faint ghost of pure natural sounding audio that's not being truncated upwards in level. So this is all very weird, but I'm confident that that is, for what it's worth, that is the truth. That if I can make this have just this faintest hint of the background sound behind that noise, and the noise is going to inevitably be fluctuating, that will be the optimum setting. So this is essentially the sound that I want to get out of it. And you can hear that the voice is fairly plainly heard. But the rest of it is just sort of the body of the sound. And if this goes quieter, it will bring up the amplitude of that song-related audio. If this is louder, it will tend to further suppress the amplitude of the song-related audio. So say we're turning it quieter. In theory, that's going to make the audio of the song project more clearly against the background noise. And we can kind of hear it poking through there. It's like it's modulating the noise. That's truncation. That's not what we want. So yeah, we hear that modulating the noise. And then if we push it in the opposite direction, we can get it to where the noise is too much. Actually, that's an interesting result. That's interesting. Set just right, the amplitude of the roar of noise turns into more of a dynamic sputter, and we're not hearing as much of it. Interesting. That's very interesting. So then if we were going to push even harder, okay, that's very interesting. I was expecting to hear more of a fluctuation in amplitude on the noise there, but it's kind of not. Well, that's interesting. What if we push it even farther? 48. Okay, that's kind of weird. Interesting. Let's go really hard. At what point do I start getting that sputtery behavior again? Okay, that's interesting too. I know that if I push it far enough, I can get it to where it's just a massive sputtering popping. That means that the amplitude of the noise is too large, but we're not there yet. So at this stage, I guess I'm just wildly experimenting to see what happens. Weird softening effect. At what point did I start getting the real sputteriness? Let's push it way harder. See, now I hear a little sputtering in there. Hey, DK. It depends. So now what's happening is I'm getting the sputtery effect, but I'm increasingly suppressing the amplitude of what I can hear of the underlying track. And it's going to be on me to figure out, like, what's the correct level for this in the first place. Because, yeah, I have the underlying track. I have this sputtery effect. If I go even further, what's going to end up happening is I can't hear the underlying track because the peaks are going too high. So I think a quick little mental reference here, like this is what I had for literally not dithering it at all. Literally not dithering at all. This is coming through louder. And it's kind of wedded to the amplitude of exponent. And then if I'm not mistaken, this is what I started with. So all my current stuff runs like this. I mean, I could be persuaded that that was the correct amount. That's what I settled on before. My peaks are a little louder than they should be in this situation, but so I guess the question is, what are we listening for in this sea of noise that could lead to a more correct value in here? Because I'm pretty sure I'm dialing in a slightly adjusted value to the floating point dithering that doesn't have these loud peaks. See where the body of it is and where the peaks are? I feel like there were other settings that sounded better, and I'm going to want to use those going forward. And it's thanks to longhand that I even get to play with it, because this is producing a legitimate audio that is being dragged up from the depths of the floating point noise floor. Doing a little fishing? Good, Chad, good. So there was a setting in there that made the background noise become really quiet. I feel like dithering below that point turns to truncation. Dithering above that point starts to do a thing kind of like the Silhouette plugin, where I'm replacing the sound with an amplitude modulated version of itself as noise. I'd like a better intermediate position between those two things. So let's consider this. This is 0.5. If we were to go to even less, this is too far in the direction of not enough dither. So the amount of music we can hear through that is essentially truncation. We don't want that. Because it's the wrong tone quality. And if we go a quarter of the way towards what we originally had, we're going to have those loud peaks showing up, and we're also going to have that behavior where it's being replaced with a amplitude modulated noise version of itself. So that's too close to the amplitude modulated noise version of itself, meaning that the control has to be turned down from there. So halfway between 0.5 and 0.75. So that's kind of interesting. The question is it the amplitude modulated version of itself, or is it the more abrasive quality having to do with the truncation part? Well, if I pull it back a little bit more, I can't decide whether to pull it back more or push it forward. Okay. Decimal places. If we do 0.6, this is what it is. That's a little hint of the truncatey sound of it. Yeah, that's more of the truncatey sound. Let's try 0.7. So we go far enough in this direction, we're going to get into the over-dithered, fluctuating dynamic noise sound. There's going to be a sweet spot in there somewhere. So 0.7. That's a little darker. I feel like I'm feeling the dynamic modulation more than I should, even though it's all sputtery and stuff. I feel like we can step back the other direction. That would make it 0.65 be in the next attempt. Ideally, if I get this just right, it's possible that at a certain magic spot, the apparent being able to hear the music through that will simply go away. It'll be very pure and clean, but it'll be so far behind the noise that you won't even be able to pick it out. Okay, I feel like I hear the top end of things slightly more than the lows, and slightly more than the dynamic fluctuations. That tells me this needs to go the other direction again, or rather to continue to go this direction again. So 0.65, we'll try 66. Execute order 66. Now what? Okay, that's a good spot to be able to hear whether the high mids are cutting through. Not that order. Oh, yeah, no, that order. So I'm hearing a bit of both qualities. This is why I use bits of music that I'm that familiar with. So how about, rather than 65 or 66, 655. And this is assuming I want to step back in that direction, but we'll find out quickly enough. Okay, I picked that up fairly clearly. Neat. Okay. That is slightly more along the lines of the truncation behavior than the noise fluctuation behavior, which means stepping farther in the direction of the noise fluctuation behavior because it didn't feel as much like noise fluctuating that time. 657 we'll try. Now what? Okay. A little more in the way of the dynamic fluctuation behavior. I was hearing details of what the bass was doing more clearly, but I'm not hearing the upper octaves of the vocals anymore. Those were getting slightly muted. So that suggests I've gone a little bit too far, and we'll try 656. So it's a little weirdly dark, and the dynamic thing is starting to even out into not obviously being additional sputter added to it. Let's take it back one more notch. 655. That's all the resolution we get on this, unless I was to go in and code it for even further granularity. And I don't think I can hear that clearly to make anything else out. Yeah, this is like a weird little phantasm. Kind of faint, and the dynamics are jumping out more than they should. 654 we'll try. Although I'm liking some of the effect of that, I feel that we're dialing in to what this is actually supposed to be doing. Okay. The overdynamicism is falling back. But this is not bad. Let's see if we're taking it a step too far. As far as Autechre is concerned, it is too much in the box for my ear. It's very creative stuff. It's brilliant. But it goes into the same sonic place as like hyperpop, where I don't enjoy stuff that pushes the limits of digital recording that closely. I don't enjoy it when sounds are like, hi, here's a bunch of upwards of 20K audio, because that's what this is meant to be. I prefer stuff that sounds more like natural experiences and events, and I tend to make my stuff try to act that way. Autechre does not. Autechre synthesizes things in like C-Sound or whatever. Does a lot of very interesting creative work like that, but their sound tends to be artificial sounding. Compared to this is obviously very natural sounding, right? Interesting. So if I continued pulling it back, we're stepping bit by bit away from the overly dynamic bursts of sound coming out like Silhouette. and more in the direction of truncating and bringing the upper mids out. And we're in that zone where it's acting kind of like it's trying to make the music vanish, which might be that might be the sweet spot for this particular parameter. Because bear in mind, what we're doing is listening to the difference between longhand and actual on-chip processor-based exponential, transcendental functions. And the original purpose behind doing all of this was to find a way to hear what difference there was between the two, which is kind of what we're doing now. So that was like 652. Okay, with that one, I hear sort of the color and texture of it all starting to show up more, and the dynamic fluctuation bit seems to be stepping back a little bit. Also, as far as thank you for being here to stream live, at some point in this afternoon I can show you this, which is what I'm trying to do as far as a guitar stomp box is concerned. I think I'll fool with this a little bit more, and then we'll see how many people are hanging around. As the afternoon wears on, people start showing up more, and we'll see where to go from there. Yeah, so that's what we're trying to bring in. Let's try 651. Tiny changes in all this. Okay. That's starting to make the dynamics erase. Let's see what happens if we step back one more. I'm derailed into this, but I mean, this could end up replacing boilerplate code for me. I don't think I've ever actually tried 0.65 exactly. We're kind of approaching the other setting from the different direction. stepping this way 1/100th of a one at a time, it's starting to bring the high frequencies of the underlying sound into focus. Just starting to do that. Let's see if we can keep walking in that direction. Remember, 0.5 was not nearly enough. So we're kind of slowly inching in the direction I think it needs by 1/100th of a one at a time. Or actually, isn't this more in thousandths? Something like that. I know exactly what I'm listening for. It's just a little hard to articulate why I'm doing exactly this and what I'm shooting for. I have a feeling that if the behavior it produces gives me a certain kind of sound picture through the noise to my ear, I will have found an optimal setting beyond the setting I had before. And this should be able to generalize to basically any kind of audio. Because essentially what I'm doing is dialing in the difference between Taylor series sign expansion and on-the-chip sign expansion. And it's like it's able to more and more closely resolve the tiny, tiny differences between those two things at a level where I'm kind of like the tonal qualities of these stopped mattering a while ago. And we're just straight up resolving by dialing this in the very tiniest details of the larger difference in slant between the one on the chip and the one being generated by the Taylor series, which lacks some of the final results. And it should work. Okay, a little bit more dynamic than it had to be. And I feel like I'm dialing in on where the sibilants and highs live. The way I've got this set right now, it's not wildly different. From what I've currently got, but let's see where I can get it to go. Those are S's. I might be approaching the optimal sound. Might be approaching, let's see. Question is, can I go through it to the opposite side? And will that make the overall sound disappear in an interesting way? 47. And this is all burying everything in the floating point noise floor. So I'm fooling with details of how that gets tethered. I plainly heard an S in that. Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a way in which this is tuning so that some of these effects will become more apparent, at least because I'm listening directly to the speakers. The speakers are pointing away from the microphone, sadly. And I'm interested in whether there's a zone where it's doing different psychoacoustic things than I'm expecting. Feels like it's wandering in the direction of overcompressed and too truncated. Let's see if we can keep going in that direction and then maybe go back if it becomes too much. Because at some point, it'll just be a blare of noise, and I won't have that sense of the dynamics of the track underneath kind of jumping out. But this is all very fussy. My hope is it'll be good. Oh, what are we doing? That's not the right thing to do at all. The thing to do is listen to it. I continue to hear a little bit more in the top end of the track. My concern there is that's not accurate to what's actually in the body of the track. So let's see if we can take that even farther. Because my take on this is, if I can take it to where I'm getting what sounds like a truncated, overcompressed version which has more highs, but I can't pick out any of the dynamic changes, that's too far. And if it's lost the highs and is going kind of vroom, 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 with dynamics, that's too much. And if I strike a balance between those two things, that would be the correct setting. And then I get to see what that's like in real life. The slightly sputtery quality I'm getting here. Feels very much like it's gone too far in the direction of truncation. Very much like that. It's this blast and noise, but I'm not getting the dynamic fluctuations that I'm supposed to have, because this is a dynamic track, it's just over compressed. Let's try 4/6 again. We've been through this already, but getting to the point we got. So the S's are starting to vanish at this setting, and the dynamics are starting to come back. Let's see where we're at. Now that I know what it sounds like to lose too much of those dynamics, let's see about 647. Now what do we got? Have a bit more of a picture of the snare now. Okay, I'm feeling some of the overall dynamics of the track, but I know that it's kind of overcompressed and we're losing some of that. DK says not clearer. You're not hearing it directly, but I kind of think I agree. If this is too far in the direction of dynamic, I can step back one in the direction of highs. And see what we got. I'm not sure I'm going to get better than this. Cool beans. I think that's as close as I'm going to get. 0.646. That means I have a new setting for this. And it is this. And if it works, we're going to hear it exactly the way we heard it before. Let's check that out. Also, we changed this number, didn't we? Amusing. So if I did that right, it's going to behave the same. But now dry wet's not connected. Yeah, that's it. Apologies for how awful this sounds, but you're never supposed to be hearing this. Got there? So now I'm going to go through and adapt a bunch of things like this, which I believe I can do. Let's see. Wish I remembered where some of this stuff lived. But I don't. But it's fine. We'll manage somehow. That's not going to help whatsoever. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a breather, seeing as I have to shift gears into doing a bunch of other stuff. Let's set you up with some kind of background music. That, for instance. And I'll be right back. I'm going to do a bunch of maintenance after this, and we're going to be able to hear the plugins the way they're supposed to be heard. And I don't know whether that's going to produce a change in amplitude. All I do know is that the changes I've made down at the noise floor of the faintest possible floating point ditherings will also apply up at the 0 dB and plus 6 dB ranges, at which point they're being applied at about 24-bit. So essentially the floating point dithering in all of my plugins has been going around either a little bit or quite a bit. I guess either louder or quieter than they had to be. I think it's probably louder than they had to be. And it wouldn't really be particularly noticeable, but I think I've just dialed in something a little better. Anyhow, I'll be back in a moment. And back. How long even was that? Far too damn long. Okay. Sorry, it really took it out of me. Let me see if I can do some of the things I meant to do. We know we're going to get to this. And this is very different from what it was when it started. And I know exactly how I'm going to go about it, and it's going to apply to upcoming things, but not stuff that has already existed. When I say this, I mean this. That said, it's time to undo some of these things. So we're going to undo those, and we're actually going to undo these. And lastly, we get to undo that too. Put this back together just as it was. Keep building and rebuilding it. And this is now our current version with a bunch of improvements over what it was this morning. Meaning if we were busy playing this, and we wanted it to be louder, and we went to this and then sure to set it to default. Hi, that's literally not what I meant to do. Although we're kind of seeing what it does, but we're wasting a lot of stupid time watching it sit there and do that, only to undo it again. Because I'm a dumbass and distracted, but I get there in the long run. At least one hopes. So, back you go. And I meant to be listening to that, not do that to it. So dry. New version. Does a pretty good job of being like, oh hey, this is obviously suddenly bigger and better. So I'm pretty satisfied with where that sits. That seems to be what I was looking to do there. Can't help but think about what else can we do. Firstly, let's go and find some things to do. Don't mind me, I'm looking at an upcoming. I knew what that said, I was just checking it. So this is what I was working on all Tuesday. And there's more we can do with this as well. you'll note it is many fewer stages than this is, which is using the literal values for making a sign, versus this, which is using the shift and a bit gain versions of making a sign. And this doesn't have enough of these to accurately wavefold in the way the other one does, because the other one is set up so it can wavefold quite a bit until it runs out of steam. But this one would never wavefold because it's not actually using the correct values to do so. So it will tend to always run away in some direction or other. And so we've got it set up to do certain things. Then some of my boilerplate needs changing. Because we've got two changes in there, and I think I'm happy with where that goes as far as the end result. So firstly, I need to find my template files. And I think that might show up here. Oh, look at that. I've got a flag here that doesn't need to be there. Ended up just sort of sneaking in there for no good reason. Okay, it's not going to be in extras. Maybe it's in library. No, not there. Nope, not there. Definitely not there. Oh, okay. Library Xcode, I bet. Yeah, this is going to be it. Here we go. This is where I start my plugins. They start with this. It's the C++ file I'm going to be looking at. And this is what an Xcode template looks like. See, it'll fill in things like what the year is, organization name, project name as identifier becomes the name of the thing that you put in. And then it will busily start doing these things and filling them in as they go. And it will build into a 26 parameter template, just like this. This is also a fine time for me to get rid of this cycle in business because that doesn't relate to what I do now. And then here's the part that needs amending. And here's the new value. Wild how different it is, but go figure. This is what worked in practice when we were tuning it in. Oh, and we've got some extra multiplies there, so that doesn't need to be there. Here's another. Trying to sort out how to do this up properly. And then there's going to be the VSTs, which also have the same template code in them. Again, we don't use cycle end anymore. In fact, a fair bit of this isn't needed. There we are with that. Seems to be about right. Oh, look here. This is where we started including the stereo widening for what this is. Cool, cool. We'll leave that. Clearly, I've been here and edited more recently than I expected. There I am being like, oh, look, I forgot I did that. There. Now those will be generated afresh. And now we've got one further thing to do in here. Here's our VST template. And I need to make each of these changes. Also, look at that. We don't have all of these up to speed, do we? Text Wrangler, Open Recent, Starter AU. Okay, so that's the one with Cocoa View, so that's the one that has the stereo in it. And we go all the way down to the bottom and we see that there's a special case in here which needs to live in this template too. But first, actually, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I can literally put that in there and kill two birds with one stone. But then the 64-bit's going to be a little different. Notably, that part's fine. This part gets copied over, but I think I'm going to leave that other bit where it is because I don't get to do that in Twisted Wave. Dial that one in better. But it, funnily enough, when you look at that, this one turned out not to be minus 36, but minus 44. It's 3.553e minus 44. Well, look at this. 1.1e minus 44. Well, if minus 44 is so close to being perfect, maybe what I want to do is take this value and use it for the 64-bit as well. After all, I'm close enough, aren't I? And you'll note that it is commented out because we don't dither to 64-bit floating point when the bus is already 64-bit or when our work values are already doubles. So I'm just leaving that in there in case it's something like mastering where I've got it as a long double bus. Or indeed console X. Console X is using that just because it can. But let's get in here and make sure this is covered. So we got that. And so down here even if we're not doing this, we will do this, because this is the dither wide. And with that, we are finished with this updating, except for we have no business doing cycle end. So let's lose cycle end from here as well. We've been busily removing it from things because that was pre Bezier undersampling. So that goes way back. That is well behind the times. So let's close that. Let's close this. And now guess what? This, which gets used for everything, is now not even a thing. Because what we could do is replace it with the newest version for making more of these things. And then we can just delete that part. And then empty those trashes. Clean up the desktop so things sit neatly. And now I want to go through and edit all of the stuff that I have in process. Notably, I've got a whole bunch of reverbs that I'm looking to do. And I don't know how many of them are up to speed. Oh, also console. So that makes me wonder, well, I can't actually do desktop folder recursive because that will include Airwindows and that will include everything that's already out there. And we're not changing that because it wouldn't be consistent with what's on GitHub. But all the same, I should be able to do some things. In fact, I feel like I can get a little frisky here. And literally drop everything I've got here. We'll figure it out later. And do a recursive. Just so long as it all sits here. So that's all the code I have waiting to be processed. Ooh, that's a mono version. In fact, all these are mono versions. Huh. Also, how is this not updated yet? Wait a moment. The one I'm looking for is in longhand. Meaning if nearly signs isn't done yet, that's weird, but also come on, you. Come on, you. What are you doing? We'll drop it in here. So this is what I'm trying to replace. And I'd better fire up Text Wrangler again. To be able to humph. Well, with this at least I can find the correct number. Or not. Actually, yeah. No, that is the correct number. correct number lives, where are we at? Here. So since I'm already in Text Wrangler, let's find this chunk of text. Or maybe this whole chunk of text. Don't mind me trying to figure out which chunk of text is the right chunk of text. Well, we know this part's going to be correct, so that'll be consistent everywhere I find it. And this is what we're replacing it with. Brilliant. Got there. Technically, I could also find the other bits. Any thought on JSFX? Have not used it. So let's close that. Let's close this until we need to look at it again. And yikes. I need to be looking at something else. Let's see if we can open two dialogues at once. We can. Okay, it even kept the same settings. Lovely. That's what I needed. I needed a multi-file search. Other, desktop, and everything in untitled folder is up for grabs. And this includes a bunch of reverbs. Let's make sure it's set to recursive. Yep, nested folders. And let's see how many things I now get to update. It's also probably worth me checking to see whether they have the dither wide. I came up with it dither wide. We have updated 49 upcoming plugins with the new hotness. Splendid. And of course, all of our templates are set to do this now. So at this stage, let's close that, and let's put these things back where they belonged, which I don't believe I'm going to have a convenient way to do. But you know what, that's fine. Haven't done this yet. This is a failed experiment. Are they all going to... Where'd that go? I dragged that to the desktop. Where'd it go? Confusion. There is much confusion. Oh. That went up there for no good reason. Yay, okay. Let's find an appropriate place for these. Also, I'm going to spot check this. Did we set these for wide? Yep. Yes, we did. Cool. That's all I wanted to know. This can step out. Maybe it's going to come in more handy. Everything else. Oh. You know, technically I would have updated this as well. Has it in fact been updated? To this point it has, but I think I did not do the other update. And we don't even, We don't even have the stereo wide, the dither wide. That's wrong. And we don't have this bit either. But now we do. But we don't have dither wide yet. But we can in just a moment if we open up the right thing here. Assuming we even have it available somewhere. Come on. Okay, that should have dither wide, or I need to update that even further. Yes, I do. Cool. Okay. This now needs to go into the template for that. Here's the template for that. Need to not blank that. That goes there. Halfway up. This goes here. And we're done. All the rest of these should already have that base covered. Yep. Yep. Okay. These are ready to find their own home when I start actually making these reverbs at scale. Because we got a whole bunch of them. A Rockstar is coming out first. Doesn't have all these details, but more is coming. Let's see if we can put the console back where it belongs. We apparently cannot, but they're all selected, so I can drag them from here. Even if I can't seem to put them in order appropriately. More cleanup. There we go. You know what? I'm not going to try to bring these all over the desktop because it's just putting them in the top corner. I think when I change the screen by unplugging the video feed, it'll put these all in weird positions again, and I'll have to fool with that. But for now, let's just put nearly signs there. Hex sign down here. We've got a PyWacket update coming. Two cassette PyWacket update went up there. So did this other thing. Two cassette will be had. That's putting stuff up in the corner. Or you put baby in the corner. Phase shifter, not actually a thing. It's being put in the corner for no good reason. Phase shove is going to actually be called symbols or something. I don't know where it put that. It put that kinda sort of in the same place. And then circuit band is being put in the corner for no good reason. So yay. Now we can get rid of untitled folder. If you think newer versions of OSs don't throw these weird quirks, you would be mistaken because they totally still are. But this will do. You know what? I feel like slightly derailing here and doing something else. And did we or did we not have nearly signs updated? I moved it, didn't I? I moved it and I put it here, and there's a bunch of stuff that still needs to be done with it. And yep, that's what that's supposed to be. And since it's not a stereo plugin, it doesn't have the other thing. So we're probably cool. There was a couple of things I meant to do with this. But I'm actually going to derail and do something else briefly. Seeing as we've got like 11 people hanging out. That ain't on. Okay. Seeing as we've got 11 people hanging out. Remember how I was talking about this? to switch for this puppy. But I mentioned a guitar amp. This guitar amp. And if you think this is what I meant by it being too loud, no. Hang on. Hang on. So there you go. But new Stomp Box can do this. So the idea with this kind of thing, and it's going to work a lot better once I have it off of the breadboard, because breadboards don't make really very good connections, is to have it still convey the same style off of the raw tube amp, but hyped up in various ways. And yeah, I'm doing my level best with it. I won't do that again. I was kind of wondering how the loudness would sit with the microphone, and that's going to be extremely loud through that microphone, so I won't do that again. But yeah, I'm working very hard on trying to get that stuff going. I guess back to this stuff then. But I could not resist plugging in the Stomp Box for making guitars be unbearably loud. And yeah, I posted on Blue Sky about how that amp, the very same amp that is currently covered with towels, and it's still too loud. I lifted it up a little bit, the towels, which blasted way too much volume briefly, and then the towels slid to the side and I had to scooch them back into the same place again. But yeah, it's another thing I'm doing. I'm going to be trying to do that. Meanwhile, where we're at with this is that we have longhand done at this point. See, here's our difference between we'll let it start up a bit. No longhand, longhand. That's probably going to lead me towards being able to do another Pierce gain. Basically, all Pierce gain is the stuff that I've just changed. And in my estimation, the stuff that I've just changed has led to a different way that the plugin in general sits acoustically. Fair. Fair. We'll use that going forward. What about nearly signs? What do we got? And I'm going to do let's spot check the console channel. I'm working on these. I want to make sure that the details came right. Yep, that looks about right. Ooh, I see something not ready. I see something not ready. Got to go through and do all this. It's not going to live there either. Not going to live in any of those. You know why? Because none of those are stereo plugins. Those are all N2N. I need to go to one of the stereo ones to be able to work with this. How about this? It's the effect. It's the reverb. It contains this part. That needs to belong in all of the stereo console versions. So let's go through that one thing at a time. Pre is not a stereo version. Pre is not going to have that. And it does not, but it still has had this update, so that's fine. That's ready. Channel needs a bit of care and attention. Channel needs to have this added to it. And in fact, it builds. It builds so much, we could even put it in here and fool with it a little bit. And then bus also needs this care and attention. See? Needs that. And bus builds. And now that I'm ready to start working on those a little bit more, although I'm not entirely done with them yet. the thing that I could do is jump in here. Actually, let's quit Text Wrangler. While I'm at it, I'm running so many things on this very small computer, which only has 8 gigs of RAM. So it probably doesn't want all this stuff running at once. And then if I run the channel, hang on, I'll get there. It looks like I have pre there as well, but I can bring it in and have it disabled. We'll save this. Oh, that's the wrong thing entirely. What am I doing? I'm doing the wrong thing, clearly. That's what I just said. So is there an X3 pre? Yes, there is. So my notion here is that they should probably be, apart from the lack of the pan on the pre, they should be the same. I think I've got them set up to be about the same. We'll close this for the moment. We'll move it to the top of the stack, but then we'll also turn it off. And if we play this, back to old Discord welcomes home, but now we've got all this stuff sitting around. And we're apparently doing some compression. Oh, here we go. This is why. So it has a sound to it. We're driving it too hard. Can we do default? Looks like it, yes. Can we do default in here? If we do that, does it mean that we have a normal setting, or is this a kind of thing where we can't actually run both of these in series without it needing some fussing? All that's happening is we're muting it a little bit. No, it seems pretty slick. I got that backwards. No, I don't. What I have is it's marked gate and it needs to be marked ratio. And I've got it so that the farther to the left everything is, the more compressed it is. So ratio increasing will mean going closer to 1:1. 1:1, heavily compressed. And then saturation after the compression. And then that's the amp sim style. Also, the way it's set up, weird side-to-side behavior there. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It thinks it's infinite, so that's going to need fixing. Don't know what's going on with that. Is it because I did this? Is it because I did this? Don't know what its little problem is. Something got peaked out too hard. Don't know what it is or what its little problem was. However, let us save this after setting these to neutral. These are not out yet. This is pretty early in the development stages. So there's that. But let's save this as console x3 stack. Let's not click on the mouse while we... Oh, what the fuck did you just do? What did you do? Nothing. It clicked in the wrong place. I thought it was messing with me. However, I did lose the ability to save the stack, and I don't appreciate that very much. I don't know what it's trying to do, but it's just messing with me right and left. Come on, you. What the heck is your problem? Stacks. Save as. Doesn't want to. Why don't you want to? What the heck is your deal? And see, that's still broken? Although technically I can close that. Maybe now I'll be able to do what I need to. Oh, did I swear real bad? This has just been one of those days. Sometimes it's one of those days. And now I can tell it to add effect and it won't listen. That's charming. I guess we have to start over. If I can manage this damn interface, I can make it start over. There. That's the part I don't need to save. At least it's going to be in recent effects though. So X3 pre goes here. I don't know why it wasn't in default, but it's in default now. Then we do channel and leave it open. That looks like it's in default to me. And then we do bus and leave that open. Maybe scooch it over. It should remember where these things are sitting. I can't click on the screen anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. There. Wow, that sounds completely messed up because I clicked on the wrong thing. That's because LMID is cranked as far as it'll go. So let's undo that then. Default does not have LMID cranked. And that does in fact sound fairly normal. So the thing I'm going to do at the end of the day is something I'm planning for console X3 channel and bus, and possibly console versions going on into the future. However, the first thing I'm going to do is save this, and hopefully it'll let me save it this time rather than just giving me fits. Save stack. There we go. So everything broke earlier and it wasn't letting me do this. And the reason was my arm bonked the mouse and clicked on it in a place it wasn't supposed to, and everything got confused and broke. But now we have console X3 as a effect stack. You couldn't see me do it because I was sitting here. So there, now I can load that up again. Later I'll add the VSTs once those are ready. They're not. And at this point I get to quit out of here. There is so much yet to do with these. And that's before I even get into the GUI versions of it. But there's a follow-up to nearly signs here. So nearly signs, this is about ready to come out. There's next to nothing up here. All of this needs revising and changing. So technically it's not even close to being ready to come out. But here's the thing I was thinking of. What we've got here is a way of turning on or off all of the flags individually. I got 6 bits there, so I can count up to 64. I don't know if we're going to need to have as many as that. And I am currently bypassing everything about it because flagnum doesn't need to be built out of setting flags in a binary sort of way, such as what's being shown here with param A through F. I was in the middle of fooling with that, and I don't think I'm going to want to keep it. And I'm going to want param G to actually be gain here. That's the final one. Let's just return these to letters then. This no longer relates. This no longer relates. A bunch of the rest of this stuff does, though. U is being used for something, isn't it? Or is it? Nope. V is subtract real. I don't think I'm using param U. So there's multiple ideas floating around in here waiting to be done. I've got a system set up in here where each of these controls gets to turn on or off its relative stage in the Taylor series. If it's at 0, it does nothing. If it's just over 0 to 0.5, we're adding or subtracting less. If it's above 0.5, we're adding or subtracting more. And the whole system is designed to be reduced to the ability to use a single control that'll read in an integer number. And in fact, in the audio unit, I can have it be an indexed number. And the index number will let me slide the slider but I'll see exactly what number I'm using rather than having to guess. So that's the level of handy to which I could even make it work with the 64 option setting, but I might want only 4. So what's that going to mean? Firstly, if I build it, what happens? That's a warning. What's the warning about? V's in there. This part looks to be about right. This part exists in other plugins now, so I'm not going to need it. I've copied it over to where it belongs. So now we can see what we're doing a little bit more. We're not clipping into flat top, but we could be by doing it like this. And if we do that, then it's going to scale differently from if we were multiplying it earlier before hitting this. And then the rest of this works, but there is a further thing that I was going to do. Two, really. Two, and I might or might not get around to the second. One, this can be stacked. We can do multiple layers of this. And that could be in the way of another index value in there. Or it could be in the way of just reading one of these and multiplying it by however many, and then doing a for loop so that it continues to go through the processing. If I was to do that and I wanted to keep the same gain, I would do the same loop and basically run a square root as many times as I needed, which I believe would get the end result, although I could be mistaken. It's been a long day. And again, further apologies for hurting you with the guitar. I warned you it was too loud. So if I do this, for unbearably loud, and then multiply it by 10, much like, well, gain is multiplied by 16, isn't it? We could have it be multiplied by 16. Except for that's not at all what it does, so I don't know what I'm doing that. Back to 10. Or it'd be better if it was an integer. Don't know what this warning's about. Oh, unused variable, that's all. It's fine. So It's funny how this kind of thing works, that I don't know how to do the simplest things off the top of my head because I'm too distracted by other things. So what we're going to do, leave that there. You know, another thing we can do is pre-ready it for when I want to do it using stereo. This may or may not matter. Probably doesn't. Can't use X, even lowercase. Well, I suppose I could use lowercase x, but let's use count. And I think it might even put it back when I ask. Or not. Or apparently not. Can't do that. But you know what we can do? We can tell it to reflow. Let's see what happens when we do that. Format, reindent. There we go. Funny thing is, modern compilers don't seem to do that anymore. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't find that in Writer. I don't know why I can't find that in modern Xcode. Maybe it is in modern Xcode and I just don't know where to look. Anywho, this no longer means anything. But if we put it inside here, then maybe it means a little more than it otherwise would. And that's a regulation sign generator, so we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about this. Don't know why it's dry sample times A. That makes no sense at all. But we can do multiple stages of this now. And count not declared. Oh, because you have to declare it. What am I thinking? See, I told you I couldn't think of the simplest things. But even without being able to think of the simplest things, we can at least do some stuff and make stuff happen. Because the important thing is not being able to remember or do the simplest things. The important thing is to think of something interesting to do. And that at least sometimes I get a head start on. Long sign. So here's nearly signs. So that's no alterations. Gain is going to be 0.1 for unity, if I'm not mistaken. Unbearably loud, that's the number of iterations we have. So firstly, let's see if we have a noise out of the output. I think that's about correct. Ooh, it's getting louder. So that's not anticipated. So here's one instance. And there's the change that we have here. Not that we're supposed to have a change here. That didn't affect both of the things. We still can do this. We can do dry wet. And we can pad the output. So even though this doesn't seem right, this is going to allow us to do stuff. Like this. Our gain is still not doing anything. Let's pad the output lots and then add more stages. So we can do this and nothing gets affected. That became really loud. That became really quiet. So that's fun. As is this. So what we've got is an ability to cancel here. And here's our base instance. I think it's going to run or not. 1 stage, 2 stage, 3 stage, 4 stage, and so on. And then here's our gain. And that became loud. Meanwhile, stuff is a little bit off the hook here. Not well controlled. Not well controlled at all. And that's partly because we can do crazy things with the gain. And the reason we can do crazy things with the gain is that the more stages we add, the more the gain goes completely unreasonable. Plus, when our amplitude goes out of control and we feed it back into this same processing, which is a incomplete Taylor series, not exactly signed. See, it says nearly signed. So none of the Taylor series are actually the sign at all. And then you feed that into another stage of not exactly Taylor series, it just goes completely insane. We've basically created a doomsday machine for distorting. And this is all well and good, and this is fun. It's not exactly what I had in mind. So maybe time to fool with this in some different ways. Although I will say this. As much fun as that is. You hear my stomach rumbling. I am badly wanting my tacos, and for that reason I'm going to jump in 4 minutes early and defrost the cheese for my tacos. I have my last crunchy taco shell, or my last batch of crunchy taco shells before I switch over to the soft taco shells for budgetary and also gourmet reasons. Budgetary in the sense of I can get a hold of soft taco shells for cheaper. And the thing that's driving me crazy about the hard taco shells is I can no longer buy them in an 18-pack. I want to buy them in an 18-pack. It's a slightly different recipe that way, possibly to make them not break as easily. And it's more economical because I'll divvy them into I guess it would be 6 packages of 3 tacos each, and that's as many as I have for dinner. And I can't get the 18 packs anymore, so I'm switching over to the soft taco design. And I'm going to play this to stream while I do. That for now. Back to whatever it is we're doing here in our final hour of stream. It's 4:01. I'm going to stop at 5. I'm going to stop and have tacos. I can also move some of this stuff out of the way. I don't have to have this sitting here anymore. It's there. Okay. Now, can we do this? Yes, we can. Move my vowel stuff out of the way. Maybe next week I can do more of that. Next week maybe I can get into Godot hacking more than this, seeing as I've caught up with some of this. I'm eagerly looking forward to fooling with the stomp boxes, but clearly it's a little challenging getting that dialed in. And I can't really fire up this amp with this mic here the way it is. I'd have to turn it way down in order to get away with that. Or go with the other camera and have it set up so its mic is working, because that could do it. But that says maybe. Right now we're looking at nearly signs, and nearly signs is far from being ready. And the things I'm wondering about, a couple of things really. One is, do I even want to care about shutting off individual components of the Taylor series? There's no special reason to. I've kind of got it there specifically for the purpose of being able to figure out whether I can bust it down to 4 bits rather than 6. 6 bits gives me 64 instances, and let's see, I can build that again. That's not where I want to be. That is. And if I do this like this, I don't have a safety clipper on here. If I do this like this and turn gain up, that's my instances. We got output. And we start getting into this funny behavior. So no adjustment, pulling back this much, pulling back this much. No adjustment, pulling back this much, or adding this much. So these are all taking amounts to the side of what the regulation one would be. And these are also each having less and less of an effect as far as you go. So as you can see, big change, smaller change, smaller change still, smaller change still. Because these are in the Taylor series, so you have to distort harder and harder to get to them, which we can do. Subtracting that, padding the volume like crazy, and pumping this up. The harder we overdrive it, the more these kick in. Less of an effect still. Even less. And originally it was one slider that permutated through all of the possible combinations of all of these, because that's what happens when you take an integer and then you read it bitwise. And the way it was set up was that A here and see, we're going into it less hard, so it's simply at the gain level we're going in with the amount of distortion that's happening. We are doing the thing done with the plugin from earlier today that used the correct sign values for this to do a wave folding that's supposed to be a perfect sine, but this is far from a perfect sine. But even though it's far from a perfect sine, you go into it at a super hot level, and then the first part has its biggest effect when stuff is relatively quiet, and then the harder you go, the more that final parameter kicks in. that's presumably a plus. And then that's more powerful. Even more. Even more. And the way it's set up is that I can have a slider which will give me like 1 to 64, 0 to 63, technically what it's going to be, or 0 to 15 if I wanted to have only 4 bits, because that's the other catch to this, which doesn't have as much to do with the previous one. The previous one does its wavefolding thing, but the whole point of that wavefolding thing is it is synthesizing what a real sine would be, and it's doing it up to a whole series of parameters and stopping when it hits the limit of those parameters. This is doing variations on pure saturation. And I hasten to remind you by looking into here. See, where's that? Here it is. This has 6 bits and 6 stages of essentially variations in pure saturation. Regular pure saturation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe that's my answer there, is that I will include 5 bits, but not 6, giving a range of 0 to 31 in terms of options, and then I'll default it to that setting. I'll default it to what I had pure saturation be starting out. So here's where things get kind of funny. You can do this same calculation on arcsine. So I could try all of the variations on purest saturation for making a console system with unusual behaviors to it. Although, yeah, so that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ends with a minus. Ends with this. Can't look at it. But if I do this, I can. So it looks like the first 2 here, let's scooch this over. See, those are our options, either plus or minus, or rather it's going to be alternating plus and minus because it's a sine, and then either the larger or the smaller of the 2 options. So it looks to me like what we're doing in pure saturation is the first 2 options are the weaker options. So the first 2 options are 0, 0, and then the successive 3 options are all the larger options. So it's 0, 0, 1, 1, 1 is the pattern for producing this result. With the most significant bit being over where the 0 is. Ooh, cool beans, Aurora. That's nice to see. Especially after a day like this when everything is just kind of weird and strange and awkward and feels cumbersome and like I don't know what I'm doing. Let me write this stuff down. Not like that. Like this. See, 298.02332, and there's the 298.02332. There's the 3 at 1 and there's the 3 at 1. So it's the larger of the two. 02441, there's 02441. And then it's the lesser of the two being 78125 and 125. And that tells me, except for I do have the other thing I was considering was making a special bank of level corrections. And this would not work if I can hand make individual clip settings so that all of these various overdrives flat top and run out of steam. But in every single case, it's going to be a custom setting. That's what we're looking at here in pure saturation. I don't even remember how the hell I went about doing this, worked it out so that I don't know where I got this many decimal places for it. That makes no sense at all. But at the same time, whatever. I got it. But somehow I worked out what the actual flat top level was for this degenerate sine calculation, which is what we've got here. And that's what that Fmin, Fmax is. Every single setting on nearly sines is going to be unique. Every single one is going to have a unique flat top setting. I can go through and measure all of them. That's not too much to expect. But it's going to be an enormous pain in the butt. And it's probably worth it. Thing is, I could go and do that. I could write 32 distinct settings, assuming we lose the 6th bit, which I think is appropriate. And then if I include the bit where you don't have to use each of these stages, it immediately renders that invalid. So what I should do is lose the part. Here, let me close this. Let me bring this back over, which is done by doing this. Lose the part where on A, on B, on C is even a thing. Instead, you're always implementing each of the stages. The only question remaining is how much. And I am interested also in fooling with, so it might just be worth me going to the trouble of figuring this one out, the Taylor series for arcsine. I know I found that somewhere. It's probably worth me figuring it out and writing it into this, seeing as we already have the 26 sliders here to include anything I want. And that's where stuff will get really interesting. Although I will say, actually, I don't even need to rebuild it. We can play with this right the way it is. So we get to do this, right? And this one stage. And let's literally set it to pure saturation. I just talked you through what that value actually was, so this is the equivalent of pure saturation. As long as these are on rather than off, this is what you got. We can pad the output, and we can drive into it until it blows up, and we can restrain it with flat top if we want. But we don't want. But here's where things get a little bit silly, because we can stack up pure saturations now. Probably padding the output some more, but If we stack up purely saturation, or purest saturation, here's one stage, 2, 3, 4. And our output is still kind of the same. So if there's some way to control all of this, then being able to stack them on top of each other seems like it could be handy. And then also if we apply that, let's just normalize it for funsies. We've got this wild waveform that we're busy generating. And that just came from stacking up multiple instances of basically just pure saturation. So clearly now I'm going to try to literally stack up pure saturation and see if I get the same thing. Because in theory I should. I've even got it in VST effects. Oh, can we option drag you? No, we can't. We can't duplicate you in any way other than the most primitive way of reinstantiating it. Although reinstantiating it, it is remaining with its previous settings. That's cool. So it turns out we stack these and then we don't get that. Probably because we're clipping. Yeah, we are clipping, aren't we? Yeah, we're hard clipping. So pure saturation can't wrap. Pure saturation can't wavefold because it has a hard clip built into it. Which is what would happen with everything else we're doing. But that would be the reason. So let's see, first things first. A likely story, I never do first things first. First things first, we do A through E. I'm not sure whether we're going to stack those or not. This part gets to be the same. This is only part of the add tick. And the thing that we're going to do first is remove that fifth stage. Which involves removing this. So let's say flag F is the last to go. Did that just throw everything into chaos? Well, that goes to 31 anyhow. So flag F, no longer being done. This is how this works, except for if it's only this many bits, then this part is always off. I'm hoping I've still got this right. That's going to stop being this. This is going to stop being any kind of thing because this is going away. Flag num get param b. In theory, that should work. I think we got it. And the flag E, that's how we manipulate flag num. So we're never actually, that gets to vary. Actually, hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can do it way better than this. As long as I know I'm doing from 0 to 31, let's go and put it in immediately. In fact, let's make it be param 1. And then maybe param 2 can be the arcsign calculation. How about that? Meaning this goes away. Lovely. I can scooch down here with the others. That's probably fine because I doubt I'm going to keep it. Maybe I will. And now A needs to become 0 to 31. Here's how we go about doing that. We're going to go to the H file to change something there as well. But now we also have to make it be not indexed, but indexed. There we go. There. And then we go back to the H file so that when we initialize it, we have that start at 0. Gnarly. It's the gnarly sign. And then we'll go in later and do an early arcsign. And we can run them into each other and then maybe loop the whole thing to exaggerate what it's doing. Oh, hey, I haven't finished. Look at all this that I still need to do. So I know this I'm done with. And that's literally and totally going away. That part's done with. But we need to remove all these if statements, and then we should be good to go, except for we also need to remove F. However, that's easily done. Or at least it would be if it was letting me... Can you let... Thank you. Sign version absolutely is not working. Because we are multiplying dry sample by gain once. So I'm going to say maybe leave that alone for now. Excuse me. I know that's not going to be a thing. And you know what? Let's not even apply the sign. Let's just make this a hard clip at this stage, and it's going to hard clip to 1.5, or indeed, let's just hard clip it to pi. That's loud enough that it's going to overload, but not so loud that it's too ridiculous. And in this way, we should be able to overdrive. Also, we might as well do this. I keep looking for a forward delete. That's what I did in the other program, so that even the very first calculation I make on x is in long double rather than in double. So that seems legit. That'll be cool, right? Yeah. I do wonder what it would be like, however, to do input sample L times equals gain outside. Let's see what it's like doing that outside. And flat top shouldn't matter. We're not going to be really using it. So what that is doing is that's going to repeatedly add whatever this is, which is currently now in the 0 to 31 option. We could make it 1 to 32 if that seems better, but I don't know if that's going to seem better to anybody, even me. Just consolidating some of this stuff together. That's going to eventually be abandoned, but until now, or until it's not abandoned yet. Okay, so here's where we're at. Input sample was not declared in this scope. What? Oh, that would be why. We're doing the ready for stereo version. I don't even remember what V was supposed to be. Okay, V was subtracting the raw version. I don't know whether this will work the way I think it would if I multiply dry sample by gain out here. But I suppose we could find out. Let's find out. There. Now we get to have V if we want it. But we're taking dry sample just the way it is, and then we're going to continue to apply this and then subtract the difference, and that's probably not going to do anything useful, but we can but try. At least it builds now. I tell you, for the last half hour I'm going to do the arcsine part. Can throw it in the middle of this and we can see what multiple layers of that is like. But for now, we've got it so that we do multiple layers of the processing, which hopefully will restrain everything. You can throw out an alien kittens as well, just to hear what that does. Nearly signs, my love. Let's see what you do. All of this no longer does anything. But that's now, you'll notice it's drawing it in decimal, but it is counting it as an integer. Okay, that's my number of sequences. So here's how we distort. Here we have one stage, and when we're not driving too hard, we don't hear much of a difference. And when we're not driving too hard, we don't hear much of a difference in the fine granularity of it, but the first stage has a big effect. So clearly, the next thing to do is more stages. Big change between 0 and 0.5, well, technically 0 and 0.5, but what it's actually doing is it's between 15 and 16. Because from 16 to 31, that most significant bit has flipped, and all the other bits are busy flipping in the smaller increments. Ah, we have a distort. Let's slam it real hard and see what we get. That's aggressive. So that's an interesting variation. But we haven't done subtracting a real sign yet, have we? So that's amusing. Hard clip. So that's a whole succession that we can exacerbate even further by doing this. I'm speechless. Wow. It's a drone. That's weird. Kind of works though. Yeah, too many stages. And up to a point, gain lets it restrain itself. We're doing so many stages of this strangeness, but it doesn't always go crazy. Until it does. How is it even doing this? As far as I can tell, this should be much more predictable than this. I don't know why it sees fit to do this. Subtract real seems to only do so much. Oh dear. Am I going to have to copy this into a drone plugin and just let people fool with this? Well, one thing that is very obvious, as long as we're making messes with this, we need to allow you to become even larger. Therefore, if we get to do 32 variations on the sound, we shall also do 32 variations on this. That will produce 0 to 31. We can add 1 so that there's always at least 1. And build it again. Okay. Let's see how dumb we can get this before going and adding the arcsine part. Because I do want to do the arcsine part. There is like a real world reasonable variation of this that I'd kind of like to do. I kind of don't want it to just be a giant drone monster, but we do seem to have a giant drone monster on our hands, so I don't know what to tell you. Back into the breach. Back into the giant drone monster. But this time... Okay. It's probably kind of computationally expensive, though. Okay, it turns into farts. Charming. Oh no. Oh, this is a mess. What's it doing? How am I getting this chaotic mess out of it? It's doing a chaos thing. Oh no. Yeah, this is an oscillator. Oh dear. .5 seems to be the initiation point. How about these? Oh yeah. That's a ridiculous sounding engine. Thoroughly ridiculous. $100%. This is an Airwindows glitch oscillator. That's literally what it's producing. And subtract real is functional. Subtract real is really doing some heavy lifting in this. And now let's apply and close and see what that looks like. What, is it done? Oh no, it's not done. It's chewing up CPU like mad. It's taking forever to render. But there's your output. Once it's finished doing all of this work, we'll zoom in, look at what it did, and then undo. And we'll get to see what the output of this mess actually looks like in practice. I will say I'm liking how very random and chaotic that looks, because that's really throwing some serious chaos. Chaos is sensitive dependence upon initial conditions. There's a whole book on it by James Gleick that's worth reading. Go and find Chaos by James Gleick, who's still out there writing books, by the way. And for whatever reason, adding enough instances of this is tapping into literal chaos and making an oscillator that's just a pile of awful noises. And yes, clearly I'm going to have to make this into a dedicated plugin just for doing what this is, before I back all this stuff out and turn it back into the normal one that it needs to kind of also be. Okay, that's crunchy. So here's what the output of the oscillator looks like. There's kind of a lot of high frequency content in here. It's very crunchy when you make it do this. And we've got the occasional downward spike like this. What does that look like? Oh, yes, it does, in fact, put the spike farther down. Although a lot of it is just square wavy stuff. I don't know why that one sample ends up being farther, but it contributes to the sound. And then this section is more like your bassy type effect. So that's why it has some of the tone that it has, is it's not only made out of spikes and overshoots, which kind of a lot of it totally is, but it is also made out of these lower frequency phenomena. And they're all being generated by the same nearly sign processing, just that it is this with the nearly sign processing in a tight little loop of like 32 instances of it. And then you get to subtract what a real sign is, and that's part of what causes it to go so insane. Some of these are big high frequency zaps. Not only that, these are fluttering high frequency zaps. Look at this. Here's a 2-sample run, and then a little micro thing, which actually shows as a decay tail here, where it's high, low, and then you see the post ripple. And then we got low, high, low, high, low, high. So that's a different frequency, which is probably why it sounds the way it does. That it's really got the capacity to throw variation into these things. All of the high frequency stuff is basically ripple, and it's all basically at the sample rate. Makes you wonder what would happen if you Bézier sampled it. Because this would be throwing some aggressive stuff at the Bézier sample, so that might actually be a fine idea. Because we're certainly generating some funny interactions here. So yeah, that's a whole thing. So much so, in fact, that let's just fire it off right now. I'm speculating on, do I want it to be an N2N? Because it's almost certainly not going to stick. It's almost certainly not going to stick to the same. If it's a chaos oscillator, then sensitive dependence on initial conditions means if I run it N2N, it will go crazy in stereo. I can maybe even test that, because this is already N2N. We're just not using it as such. Yeah. Okay, so okay, that was in fact stereo. Shucks, I guess just run it again. And maybe select a smaller area so it doesn't take as long. Beep. Okay, so that's N2N. It's sputtering and acting crazy, but the channels match. So I probably can get away with running it N2N rather than having to make it stereo just in order to get it to behave normally. Probably it's being... Okay, so... Now, these don't match anymore. Or do they? No, they do, because I've got it set to auto extend to zero crossing. Now it don't. So if we run it, we don't actually have run the last thing, but... Okay, so if the initial sound inside there, which doesn't necessarily have to be a sine, I'm just feeding it with a sine. In fact, now that I know that, all you have to do is have the underlying thing be out of sync, and you get out of sync. So if we randomly throw alien kittens at it, this is going to be absolutely horrifying. Here's alien kittens in Chaos Glitch Oscillator. The craziness is sort of stereo, but the cutting in and out is mono. Okay, that's gruesome. That's gruesome. Okay, so not quite the same as just being able to synthesize something from a sine. But it's basically being able to distort something into madness. This is more caretaker stuff right here. This is caretaker stuff in a box. All you have to do is load up something that's like chill old people music, which I literally can do, although it'll take me a little bit. I've got a Harry Belafonte album here. You're going to get literally the caretaker music straight out of this. It's not even going to be content IDing it, which YouTube would probably be able to do. But not now. I'm betting I can start playing this. It's going to be literal caretaker music right out the gate, and I'm not going to get content ID for it. Pretty distorted, but it's not cutting out. I don't think it's loud enough. Maybe like this bit will. terrifying. It's not quite as good as I thought it was going to be. But points for trying, I guess. So, that's wild. So clearly, even though that wasn't exactly what I was hoping, there's enough there that I got to run a new project and I will be duplicating this over to it. Audio unit effect. And we'll call it glitchosk. Or I could call it glitch taker for caretaker. I've got take care, so we could call it caretake. I don't know. You probably could run this on top of a... Oh, you mean PD. Never mind. It's 5. Let's start glitchosk. Hit save. Or set its name. Gosk. And we'll duplicate it over to there and have all of the little controls that are playable with in such a way that you can make horrifying, terrible things happen. Probably I should add more gain too if you can't really get that Belafonte album to freak out effectively, because it's got to be able to freak out effectively. Running a simple sine wave was enough to make it go completely chaotic, so there's room there to be had. And yeah, we'll get back to this. I am, however, letting myself have my tacos like dead on time this time. Having covered a bunch of weird ground on this stuff today. Because that's sort of the size of it. Is sometimes you just cover a bunch of weird ground. I did not know I was going to create a horrifying... Oh, what's glitchosk doing? It is repeatedly applying Taylor series faux sine calculations in the way that pure saturation does. In fact, one of the settings on the faux sine is pure saturation. Thing is, what it's doing then is repeatedly amplifying through that same processing as many as 32 times. So it's effectively like taking a weird variation on pure saturation, stacking about 32 deep, and overdriving everything until it explodes. And that's what's causing the chaos, except for I don't know how pure saturation is producing that. But that's what's causing the chaos, is if I stack it up enough, it goes insane and blows up. So I need to make a plugin called glitchosk specifically for the purpose of letting it go insane and blowing up, because people will enjoy that. And you get to run it in VCV Rack or whatever and just make a big mess. I might even incorporate Bezier undersampling so that you can make exactly that big mess, but then you can break it up and have the high frequency stuff get a little gnarlier. Seems like the sort of thing that could be done. And yeah, I mean, technically, I guess you could run it on a track. I've not tried that. Now I'm tempted. Where's my sounds loop? What have we got? Okay, DI guitar, no. Distorted guitar, I'm thinking. Some kind of distorted guitar. Get new rig. No, don't rename it, open it. So, guitar. But then if we do this horrible monster to it, I guarantee something terrifying is going to happen. I think no more need be said. So that's a lot. So there you go. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that one. Other than I'm sure if I make it, somebody will use it in something. Most likely a noise track. That's very messy. And I still want to do the calculations for doing an arcsine version of the same thing, or indeed the alternate arcsine version where I'm doing the same calculation, but it's also making the hybrid modified arcsine. And yeah, you could imply that and then galactic after it, or indeed before it, for all the good that would do. I'm going to put this down for the day because that's just hilarious. But I have made a project called GlitchOsk. Maybe next week we'll catch up with actually building that into something people can have. Right now it's not there yet. Right now it's a giant test bed for making a big mess. And the running it into itself 32 times is largely just because I started playing around with it in this way. It's not because that's actually sensible. In normal use, or what I'm thinking of, which was I was going to run it into itself so I could more clearly hear the harmonics it was producing, and it didn't really occur to me that it would blow up and go insane. But, hey, there you go. So on that note, I will talk to you later. I'm going to go and make my tacos. It's not too far past 5 o'clock. I'm still being pretty good. And I'll probably take some time to type in the arcsine versions of that because I'd really like to do the variations on pure saturation thing, of which pure saturation is exactly one of those 32 options. It's the less, more version of that, whatever number that turns out to be. And then there will be a similar calculation for doing an arcsine version. And if I make a plugin where rather than stacking it on top of itself 32 times, it just straight up runs the one, which is like pure saturation, and then the other thing that can evaluate a console style encode decode sequence in a mix and show you what it does at every stage of the waveform across the mix. And that could wind up having some usefulness as well, because it means it becomes possible to dial in particular qualities that aren't otherwise accessible. and that aren't even really part of sine and arc sine, because those are so smooth that if you did the sine and then the arc sine and then you subtracted dry, what you would get is silence. If it's really perfectly calculated, it cancels out to nothing. But this could become anything, and that's why I want to do this variation. But yeah, I'll talk to you later, and I will be dropping the new 80 clip for what that's worth, which is using the tech from... The new 80 clip is the one that uses the tech from Clip Only 3, but allows you to dial in like separate thresholds for noise and hard clip. And most of it would be left alone. It also has a setting for dropping the threshold rather than just only driving it harder. And then, so the top one is drive it harder, second one is drop the threshold, and then the switch at the bottom for listening to delta and whatever, it will let you listen to delta, but it'll also let you switch between full crank and drop the top threshold down for people who would rather dial in Loud Nation by lowering the clip threshold until they can hear a difference. And that is what the new version of 80 clip does. It has those options to it. And with that, I will drop that this weekend, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.